Please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen. Councilmember Burnett.
Here.
Councilmember Berkeley. Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. So there's three of us here. We only have one item, anticipated litigation. Heidi, for closed session, any changes?
Good evening, Mayor. No changes.
All right. So then let's.
Except I think there are 3 items. Aren't there 3 cases?
I just see 3A, anticipated litigation and significant exposure. Oh yeah, 3 cases.
All right.
Sorry, didn't see
That's
that
okay.
note. So let's move to closed and we'll come back to open session at approximately 6:30. But we were in closed session since 5 o'clock, and our city attorney, Heidi Quinn, can you please summarize our closed session for us?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of council. Tonight, the council met in closed session on 3 items of anticipated litigation. As to all 3 items, information was provided to the council, direction was given to staff, but there was no reportable action taken. And that concludes my report, unless you have any questions.
Okay. All right. So now we'll have a moment of silence. And does someone want to volunteer to lead us in the pledge after the moment of silence? All right. Our city manager, Lane Long. So let's have a moment of silence and then the pledge led by our city manager.
You have to unmute, Lane.
Sorry. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Lane, for being a volunteer. Okay, we have 3 really nice press proclamations. Anita, do we have anyone to represent the National Recovery Month proclamation from Sun Street Center?
That would be Kathia. She's with Sun Street Centers.
All right. And would she like to present it or receive it?
She's receiving it.
Okay.
I'm not sure where she's at on the attendees.
Okay, let's see if we can find her. Her name was Kathy.
Kathia with a K.
Gutierrez, right? Let's keep looking. Lane, if you, Matt, if you find her before I do, maybe you can move her over.
Kathia, would you raise your hand, please?
Oops, there was a hand.
There we go. Found it.
It's Katia
Second one, there you
Gutierrez.
go.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
All right. Hello, Katia. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
may I have the honor of reading this?
sure.
Because this is a pretty special proclamation, and Katia, I'm very happy. I understand that you're the recipient of receiving this award. Am I correct in that, or this proclamation? So this is in honor of National Recovery Month. So whereas reducing the impact of substance abuse and mental illness in our communities is essential, and National Recovery Month is a platform to celebrate people in all forms of recovery to achieve a healthy lifestyle, both physically and emotionally. And whereas National Recovery Month promotes the benefits of treatment for substance use and mental disorders, celebrates people in recovery, applauds the contributions of treatment and service providers, and promotes the message that recovery is possible. And whereas National Recovery Month spreads a positive message that behavioral health is essential to overall health, that prevents, works, treatment is effective, and people can and do recover. And whereas National Recovery Month highlights the need to educate our community about how substance use disorders affect children, families, and all community members, and the need to eliminate discrimination and the negative public attitudes so that those in need access treatment and those in recovery reestablish their place in the community. And whereas addiction can destroy lives and weaken families, and the city of Marina applauds organizations through Monterey County, such as Community Human Services, that provide residents of all ages with the tools and support to overcome these challenges and create lasting changes in their lives. Whereas to help more people achieve and sustain long-term recovery, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, or HHS, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services, SAMHSA, and the White House Office of National Drug Control Policy, on DCP, Sun Street Centers, and the City of Marina invite all residents of Marina to participate in National Recovery Month, September 2022. And now therefore resolved that the City Council of Marina does hereby proclaim the month of September 2022 as a National Recovery Month and encourage individuals and parents, students, schools, organizations throughout the county to support use, treatment, healthy lifestyles, and make mental health services a county-wide priority so that more people seek out treatment services to achieve and sustain long-term recovery. And so, Katya, if we were in person, I would be handing this to you and thank you for your incredible work that you have done. And if there's anything, would you like to say or share? We'd love to hear it.
Yes, thank you so much. And first of all, I want to thank the mayor and city council members for recognizing September 2022 as National Recovery Month. On behalf of Sun Street Centers, we focus with our families, all through Monterey County. And in Marina, we happen to have our Pueblo del Mar facilities, who focuses on being able to give transitional housing to families who are in recovery. So we will be giving them that award so that they can, have it in their office. And I just want to thank you guys for recognizing this important month. And, we will continue to serve our Marina community members as well as our countywide members for many more years to come. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Katia. Thank you, Lisa. Councilmember Berkeley. All right, so we're going to move to the second of three Jacob's Heart Childhood Cancer Awareness Month proclamation. And do we have someone to receive this, Anita?
I have Esmeralda Rivera. I don't see
on
her
the
yet.
list.
Esmeralda, if you're here, would you raise your hand, please?
Okay, would a council member like to volunteer to present this proclamation?
Mr. Mayor, it looks like there's a Fernando Munez who raised his hand. Maybe he's an alternate.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's bring him over. I don't know that we can bring him over.
Hello, is this a public comment?
Fernando, we're doing a proclamation regarding Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer.
Okay. So just keep me in mind then on the public comment. When
Okay.
How much further into the timeline?
Probably about 7 minutes.
Okay. Okay. So I'll just keep my hand raised for the public comment section.
That'd be great. Okay. I'll go ahead and I'll walk through the proclamation that states, whereas the character of our community is revealed in how we treat our most vulnerable, each year, 1 in every 190 kids in our community will be diagnosed with cancer. Cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease among children, more than the combined cases of asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, congenital anomalies, and AIDS altogether. During the ongoing COVID crisis, Jacob's Heart has been keeping medically fragile children and families housed, fed, and emotionally supported by steadfastly adhering to the following commitments. Number 1, parents of children with cancer and other serious illnesses will be relieved of financial fears and able to focus on their children. Number 2, no child undergoing intensive treatment will be homeless. Number 3, families of seriously ill children will not experience food insecurity during the pandemic. And lastly, number 4, no child seriously ill in our community will ever miss a medical appointment because of a lack of transportation. Jacob's Heart holds the memories and honors the legacies of hundreds of children from our local community who have been lost to cancer, ensuring their memories will not be forgotten. And the oncology department of Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford has worked closely with Jacob's Heart for 23 years as a partner in providing family-centered care that addresses the emotional, the practical, and financial struggles of families of children with cancer in the city of Marina. It's important for all Marina City residents to recognize the impact of pediatric cancer on families within our community and to honor the children in our community whose lives have been cut short by cancer. So we, the City Council, declare September 22 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Marina. And we like to thank and honor Jacob's Heart for all of their work to support children and their families that go through these crises. All right, so we didn't have anyone to receive that. So let's move to our last of three regarding Monterey Peninsula College. Is anyone here from MPC?
Yuri Anderson will be receiving this on behalf of MPC.
Okay, Matt, if you could try to bring Yuri over, or at least give her, I can't, maybe I'm not co-host. Can someone co-host me? That might be my issue. Would someone like to review the proclamation for us on Monterey Peninsula College? Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem Biala, would you like to do that? And welcome Yuri Anderson, who represents us in Marina on the Monterey Peninsula College Board of Trustees.
Hi, Yuri. Thank you for representing us for this proclamation. This is a proclamation for Monterey Peninsula Community College, the 75th anniversary. Whereas 75 years ago, in September of 1947, Monterey Peninsula College, MPC, commenced its operation on the campus of Monterey High School. And by September of 1948, MPC enrolled 280 students and employed 20 faculty members and began holding classes on the Monterey campus at 980 Fremont Street. And whereas MPC's need to accommodate its growing student population became evident by 1957, when its enrollment reached 1,000 students, which led to the construction of its engineering building in 1958, the library in 1960, and the Art and Music Center and swimming pool in 1962, and continued its expansion in 1965 when new buildings for business, humanities, life sciences, physical education, physical sciences, and social sciences were constructed, as were the lecture forum and the college theater and the student center. And whereas from 1971 to 1993, in cooperation with the U.S. Army, MPC operated an education center at Fort Ord, the former U.S. military base located in northern Monterey County, until its closure in 1994, benefiting the communities in the north side of MPC's service area, including armed forces personnel and their families. And whereas in 1982 to 83, MPC and Community Hospital of the Monterey Peninsula entered into a partnership from which the Maureen Church Coburn School of Nursing was born, resulting in a generation of nurses who have cared for and taken care of countless members of MPC's surrounding communities. And whereas MPC continued to strive to meet the educational needs of its surrounding communities with the construction of its library and technical center in 2003 and child development center in 2007, the development of the public safety training center in 2009, and the construction of the education center at Marina in 2010. And whereas MPC has hosted notable figures throughout its histories, including James Baldwin, Joan Baez, William F. Buckley, Supreme Court Justice William O. Douglas, Aldous Huxley, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. Margaret Mead, Joyce Carol Oates, Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer, Rosa Parks, Ronald Reagan, Eleanor Roosevelt, Pierre Salinger, Carl Sandburg, and Carlos Santana. And whereas since its humble beginnings in 1947, MPC has established itself as essential to the education and cultural development of the Monterey Peninsula and has improved the lives of innumerable students, and by extension, their families and its communities. And whereas as MPC approaches its 75th year, it now offers exceptional educational opportunities at its campus in Monterey, its education center at Marina, its public safety training center in Seaside, its partner high schools and online, as well as comprehensive supportive services and specialized programs dedicated to ensuring its students the tools they need to succeed. And whereas MPC will celebrate its 75th anniversary throughout the 2022-23 academic year to commemorate this important milestone and to increase awareness of the MPC's positive impact on its surrounding communities and the wealth of educational, professional, and personal enrichment opportunities it has to offer. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the city of The City Council of the City of Marina recognizes and commends Monterey Peninsula College on the eve of this special occasion for its steadfast 75-year-long commitment to transforming lives through education. That was one of the longest proclamations because the history is so long and stellar. And I have to say that since I'm a nurse, I'm particularly very pleased about the dedication of MPC to the nursing profession. And I wish I'd been around for some of these figures throughout history that were one of the speakers. The list is incredible. So thank you very much. And Yuri, if you would like to say something, I don't see you on, oh, there you are. Great.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Biala, Mayor Delgado, Councilmember Berkeley, Councilmember Burnett. Thank you so much for having me here this evening to represent Monterey Peninsula College. It's my pleasure to serve as trustee for Area 2, which includes the entire city of Marina. And aside from the fact that I'm a resident of Marina and I represent this area, this particular proclamation is, I think, the most exciting and important for me as a trustee. We've been doing a lot of work to continue to grow MPC and ensure that the services we're providing to the community are what they need to be. And you hear from our history, it's always an evolutionary process, right? We're growing. And I'm excited to share that we have some really good plans coming for our Marina Education Center. We are dedicated to seeing it turn into a full satellite campus for the college. We're looking at relocating all of our allied health professions out to Marina, as well as making it possible for students to go full cycle, beginning to end, AA and associate degrees for transfer in 6 majors in the Marina location. So to know that the council is behind us and with us and paying attention and supportive of the work is really important. I hope that everyone, if you haven't made plans for Saturday, this Saturday, September 10th, we're having our community festival. It's just a fun free day at the campus in Monterey. Please come out, bring your families. There'll be lots of fun food and activities. I will be in the dunk tank from 2:20 to 2:40. So you're welcome to come out and take a shot at me. But really proud and excited to accept this proclamation on behalf of the entire college district and to be able to display it for the next year on behalf of the city. So thank you for letting me be here tonight and for recognizing our anniversary.
Thank you, Yuri, for being such a wonderful representative for us on the board at MPC. David Burnett, did you have some input?
I just wanted to recognize Yuri's dedication and effort over the years of representing the city of Marina, and I think all students on the peninsula. I want to thank her for dedication and the number of activities that have been sponsored and put on, and just a number of folks that have been helped by MPC's programs and how they've really tried to make higher education accessible. And I think, in these days and times, that's no mean feat. So once again, Yuri, I just want to personally thank you for your efforts. And yes, thank you.
Yuri, what you ended up saying, thank you, Councilmember Burnett. Yuri, when you ended by saying that you hope that MPC is going to arrange it so that AA degrees can be accomplished at the Marina Education Center is really big for taking transportation challenges out of the picture so that people in Marina that want that education can even do it just by walking to our own education center that MPC provides in Marina. That's really great. I do have one question. The library in 1960 that was built, what happened to that when the new 2003 library was built?
I don't know, Bruce. I think we built over it.
Oh, it's like now it's an archaeological site. Well, the proclamation is really good because I learned a lot from it, and it's a really good history of the 75 years. I didn't know, 9/10 of this. So it's a great, well-written proclamation that I think really tells the tale you're telling about how far you've evolved. It's great that it's ongoing.
I will share that feedback with our team who wrote it.
Yeah, I'm sure it was a team. There's a lot of digging for all of that. All right. Thanks again, Yuri.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to move to the Fernando Munoz-led special announcements and public communications, anything that's on your mind that's not on the agenda for later tonight, which is a consent agenda of various items and the Marina Equestrian Center. Anything besides that is open for discussion. So for 4 minutes, up to 4 minutes, everybody, let's start with Fernando Munoz. I think it was Fernando, yeah. So let's unmute you, Fernando, and give you the floor.
Hello, thank you for allowing me the time to speak. This is a follow-up to several emails that went unanswered. Back in March, I had a conversation with a prospect, a sheriff, city chief, Ms. Nieto, in regards to how she was enforcing traffic on MGM. She was heavily ticketing and arresting people on the east side of MGM, which is largely Latinos and Salinas residents, and she was completely allowing the white-collar Sea Haven residents on the west side of MGM do the same thing, run red lights, drive past 25 miles an hour. At the same time, all Marina residents, Salinas residents, are trying to get to work faster. I told her I found it to be discriminatory and racist. She got really offended, and then she made a derogatory racial comment towards me that I found offensive and derogatory and called for. I brought that to attention to the city mayor, manager, and city clerk. I was promised a sit down. Later, found out that I was told, because it was a non-city sanctioned event, that the city can't take any stake in it, that it was on her own time, which was fine. I was later told via verbal and email by Bruce that she consulted a city of Marina mayor attorney about this matter, about how to handle it. So the city of Marina provided her free legal access, something that most people have to pay for on residents' dimes. I find that to be, I don't know the law and all that, but when someone is getting uses city resources for personal gain, that to me, that's theft. You're stealing from the public, stealing public funds, whether it be time, material, or resources. It's all taxpayer dollars. And at the same time, I brought in the concern is, how do you guys know that she's not using city time as chief to campaign, whether it be answer emails, text messages, phone calls, and vice versa? And I asked you guys to kind of look into this, and then also look into the matter of her using the city attorney. And if you guys consider that a contribution to her campaign, and if it was recorded through the FTTP, never got a response to that. I'm assuming you guys didn't get any of these emails, because if everybody conspires to commit a crime, it becomes felony, right? I don't know a lot too much, but thinking just from what's been on TV. So if the city allows it, the city clerk allows it, city mayor allows it, city manager allows it, that's a big problem. That's something that the public needs to be made aware of, and the city needs to record those time and resources as a campaign contribution to Mrs. Nieto, which I believe will be illegal. I tried to send several emails in regard to the matter. They went unanswered. I hope this could be clarified with a simple explanation, or maybe we all have access to the city arena. If that's the case, shoot, I need some legal advice. I don't want to pay $400 an hour from an attorney. I'd rather go to the city office and consult the city Marina mayor. Again, have occurred, and it seems like they've been brushed under the rug by all levels of management within the city of Marina. And this is somebody who potentially might be our supreme ruler in terms of policing and staffing, and it's not qualities that anyone with authority and power should have. Both the racial comment that was made towards me, the way she polices Marina, the way she cites and chooses to cite certain areas, not others.
Fernando, I have to jump in here because your 4 minutes is up, but we do allow a lot more time than anybody else for public comment. And thank you for your public comment.
Okay.
All right, let's go to Amy Warren. Hello, Amy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I wanted to offer comment in my capacity as one of the instructors of the Guitars Not Guns program at the Marina Teen Center, because I'm really pleased to report that the Marina Teen Center Guitars Not Guns band just performed at the West End Festival 2 weekends ago, including a lot of new students and some of our performers that have been learning guitar through the Teen Center for up to 8 years now. And that we are now fully reopened in our program, including our intermediate and advanced bands for musicians who already play. So we encourage anyone who's interested in learning guitar or playing more guitar to stop by the Teen Center any Saturday morning between 10 a.m. and noon, because we're there every week. And we're really excited that we are going to have the kids out performing again in the community every couple of months like we used to before COVID. Separately, I want to note concern, which is that the public comments published online for tonight's meeting are incomplete. I know that I submitted a comment and got a receipt from Anita Sharp, and I know 3 other people who also did, and none of their public comments are included in the database of 34 comments. And so I hope that before the meeting continues, or at some point somebody could check and make sure all the public comments are actually publicly available for tonight that were submitted before 5. Thank you all for your great work, and I hope you all have a good night.
All right. Thank you very much, Amy. Let's go to Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I make my comments, I understand that the agenda may have changed tonight, and there may be some items not on the agenda that we can speak to. Can you confirm that?
Lane and Heidi, can you confirm that we're going to pull from the agenda? We're going to continue the public hearing that regards the card room to the first meeting in October. Is that true? We can stop the clock, Anita. But if our city attorney or city manager could confirm any changes to our agenda.
Yes, that is correct. I had trouble getting my mute off. But agenda item there, the public hearing 9A regarding the card room permit, we're requesting that be continued to our October 4th city council meeting.
Okay, thank you, Lane. Please proceed, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Brian McCarthy. I'm a candidate for city council. I think I was pretty shocked. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I think I was pretty shocked, along with some other residents, to see the item regarding the card room license on tonight's agenda, which I know has been pulled. So I do want to provide a couple brief comments. I was really concerned with the staff report statement that staff does not have any concerns regarding a proposed municipal code change by the applicant. A recent Cal Matters article states that out of roughly 2,549 people who called California's problem gambling hotline in 2019 for themselves or someone they knew, gamblers had taken on an average debt of about $24,000. Their average household income was only $74,000. Despite the taboo issues revolving around gambling addiction, typically being secretive and unspoken, I've personally heard several stories from Marina families, quote, devastated, end quote, by Marina's card rooms and problem gambling, college funds lost, and families torn apart. And aside from those anecdotal stories, a recent Sacramento Bee article says that, quote, a new audit finds that the agency charged with treating people with gambling addictions may be ill prepared. The audit goes on to say the Office of Problem Gambling cannot show that its evaluation of its programs and services has any direct connection to improvements in those programs and services, end quote. The California Council on Problem Gambling speaks to some of the disproportionate impacts gambling has on communities such as military communities. The staff report talks nothing of disproportionate impacts. So I'm not here tonight to advocate either for or against the issue when it does come before you at this point, but what I am here to advocate for is a more robust staff report that hopefully reaches out to some of these organizations, both in the state and on the national level, that take a look at some of the impacts on communities of lower socioeconomic status, disproportionate impacts to communities of particular races, and so on. There's a lot of stakeholders that I think would be willing to try to contribute to that staff report and provide some data. I think our own police department here in Marina may have some also quantitative data and really some anecdotal data as well as the impact the existing card rooms have had on our city as we maybe look to consider adding another license. So I know I've personally been on 3 ride-alongs in the city, and every single one of them certainly involved some calls at the card rooms. Let's just say that. So I've seen some of the impacts firsthand. Marina residents have really spoken pretty clearly in the past, in the decade that I've been paying attention. When we raised the card room taxes, people had a lot to say about card rooms. When we did the downtown vitalization plan, people had things to say about card rooms. So there's clearly a lot of input that I think the community has provided and wants to continue to provide. And I would hope some of that might be in a staff report going forward. I think that's the bulk of my comments. Again, I'd really like to see a more robust discussion before council looks to make a decision on amending the municipal code to allow for what appears to be a non-conforming abandoned use that again has been abandoned. So those are my comments. I appreciate your time, and I look forward to hearing this issue when it does come before council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Pat Grant.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Hello, Pat.
Hey, good evening. Similar to Brian, is it true that the city staff has spent time and money to significantly increase gambling in our town? The city leadership, city staff makes me sad that they would degrade the quality of life in our lovely city in multiple ways. This is the same staff that is orchestrating the closing of the stables. Do you want to follow them? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. Okay, let's go to Alan M. Hello, Alan. Good evening.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the time. Again, I'm just here to follow up along with my neighbor Roger Frick on the issue of the erosion. I did get an encouraging email from council person Biala. So I just wanted to follow up to see where we're at today.
I believe this is an item on the agenda.
This is the Patton Parkway retaining wall.
Patton Parkway erosion.
Okay, so if it regards the retaining wall, that's on our consent agenda. So why don't you speak to it when we cover that in a few minutes when we're done with public comment for this section.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alan. All right, let's go to Jeff Markham. Hello, Jeff. Oops. Sorry, Jeff, I'm not doing my job. Whenever you're ready, Jeff. Just mute.
No?
Yeah, good to go, Jeff.
Oh, good, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to applaud the staff's proposal to address the Patton Parkway erosion from last meeting. That shows responsiveness. However, as I mentioned in the letter I wrote to you and the Mayor Pro Tem, I'm disappointed that tonight's regular meeting of the City Council does not include an update on the problems in Cypress Knolls, which is very much top of mind in the community and is a health concern. And I'd like to request that an update be provided by city staff and that the proposal for Cypress Knolls planning and vision by city staff be presented as soon as possible. Thank you.
All right, Jeff. Thank you very much. Let's go to Roger Frick if you want to talk about something besides Patton Parkway retaining wall, Roger. Okay, Roger, go ahead. Roger, maybe you're having difficulty.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Roger, loud and clear.
Sorry about that. I want to express my appreciation for your leadership and the council members who supported the work on that wall. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Roger, for paying attention as well. Let's go to Jasmine Ruval Kaba.
have it, Alan, spoke. Did fine. I right after spoke about it.
Hear you whispering.
Hello.
Hello, Jasmine.
Hi there. I wanted to make a comment on two things. I'm concerned about the speed limit on MGM at 50 miles per hour because, as was mentioned earlier, people drive faster than that, and wondered if the city had considered readdressing the speed limit along MGM. And with that, has the city considered installing red light cameras, and would that be additional revenue to the city? Because I think that's a pretty easy thing to do. I don't know much about it. And then the other thing has to do with the card room, which I guess I can report back on October 4th. But my initial concerns was the site map of where the card room would be located. And I believe in December of last year, there was a presentation about the Monterey Sand Gilia by Denise Duffy and Associates. And I just wanted to ask if that site map was had a footprint on the Monterey Sand Gilia along the on-ramp to Highway 1. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much, Jasmine. We'll try to get to all the questions as soon as we're finished with public comment. And we'll go now to Tommy Bolea. Hello, Tommy. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Yeah, I guess I only have 4 minutes, so I got to go real faster. I kind of notice any new development is either in the south or in the north. I mean, at this rate, Central Marina is going to die. I mean, you kind of see it already. I mean, I don't understand anything you guys want to build new. You want to build where all the new houses are. Well, what about us? We pay taxes too. I don't get that part. New fire station to the south, another fire station to the north. You can build it right there at 3056 Del Monte. It exists right there. And you buy the property right next to that. And you clear the island off Del Monte. Those trucks can be north and south within minutes. And you have a city council building right there. You can add a third floor, 3056 Del Monte. You can pay and help those businesses move. You can see reality much faster at millions of dollars less. I mean, how many times I have to mention that? It's a lot cheaper and it'll come to fruition much quicker. And on that study on accidents, I don't understand why you didn't use CSUMB students, get them interfaced with government, public service. It leads to $10,000 to $15,000 reduction in their student debt. I mean, I mentioned it, and then they went on and mentioned it. I don't understand why you don't want. I couldn't imagine. I guess the first question is, how much did that study cost for all the accidents in Marina? And somebody was talking about artificial intelligence. Give that guy a Bronze Star. How come artificial intelligence ain't used more? My God, like say redistricting those lines. Yeah, you guys decided all that, but artificial intelligence wouldn't agreed with you. Now when all the liquor stores and all the marijuana stores are in my district, and over there it's all let's go up the hill and everything's just fine and dandy. They don't have any of that. Now, let's start using computers. They're sitting around, they're not doing much. As far as cell service in Marina, I finally figured it out. All the cell towers are on city property or have something to do with city property. And I don't have a problem with that. You guys are making money on it. Go be it. But a lot of them are not in the right location. And the antennas are definitely not high enough. That radiation is so low that it goes through us. It needs to be higher. It goes through the air. So we have much better cell service. And I guess the other question, what happened to the last city council meeting? It was there, I was waiting, and was it canceled or something? I don't understand what happened. I only got a minute here. Jorge is an ice cream guy that drives all around Marina. He drives a 3-wheel bike with no motor, and he's all around Marina. Please give this guy a Bronze Star. My God, this guy does more. He sells his ice cream. It's unbelievable what he does. And I cannot believe there's a car wash going in Marina at the Walmart. My God, talking about an energy and water waster. My God. And the noise, if I was resident across the street, I would have been super pissed. You got that hotel right there, and now you're going to hear a jet engine, F-35 engine going every 5 minutes? I cannot believe that kind of planning occurred. I really can't. My God. I wash my car, use 2 gallons of water, if that. And I'm going dryless here the next time. I have a way of using no water. Now you're just going to encourage people to wash their car with some machine that sounds like a jetliner. I cannot believe it. Heart disease is going to go up. It's not going down. We're going the wrong direction. Good night. Good evening.
Thank you, Tony. Let's go to Karen Anderson. Good evening, Karen.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and City Council and staff. I have one main question, and that is, when will the fire department start extinguishing the fires in this old derelict duplexes in Cypress Knolls, so that the smoke and toxic fumes from those fires aren't being spread all over the neighborhood where I live and other areas nearby? The stuff that came off my roof after the last fire, we had a really misty morning, and I collected a couple gallons, and that stuff looked terrible. And so we're all being exposed to a lot of toxins, and I really am really interested to know, when will the fire department start putting those fires out? I'd also like to support Jasmine's comments regarding Sangilia as an environmentally protected habitat there around the high school, and the speed limit on Imgen Parkway. It is really ridiculous. When cars can't stop for the light at California, they just go sailing through because they were going too fast coming down the hill from the Salina side. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. All right, let's go to Glenn Whitson from Troop 60. Hello, Glenn.
That's just because I don't update my Zoom. So, good evening, Mayor, City Council. I have really just one topic I want to talk about tonight, and that is really requesting that the City of Marina address in a public meeting or forum how the traffic studies are being adjusted to deal with the whole expanding building that's going on at the Dunes area. Up to date, we know that Caltrans is not going to expand the bridge on Imgen westbound for the foreseeable future. We know that in the morning commute, 2nd Avenue, the left turn going from west to southbound 2nd Avenue already backs up at the stop sign by the hotel, all the way back into the intersection and into the left turn lane between 7:30 and 8:30 in the morning. With all the commute traffic that's trying to bypass 1. We know that the right turn lane that is going to be the main entrance into the promenade is actually being used right now as a cut through for through traffic that doesn't want to wait in the left single lane, and they're bypassing that and then cutting into the parking lanes on the far side, creating other traffic problems in the morning. And we know that the new MST transit station that's supposed to go in and the surf project that's associated with that is designed specifically to address transit and additional diversion of traffic off of Highway 1 into this exact same area, both in the morning during rush hour and in the evening during rush hour. In fact, that's the stated goals of the MST and the surf project. Yet at the same time, we keep overloading and adding more traffic into this area. And there is nothing that says, where is the strategic transportation plan for this entire area? And this backs all the way up technically on Imgen back to California, because the actual expansion of the roundabouts onto Imgen does not include the California intersection or anything west of there, because the project stops where Sea Haven is. So I would request that there is some type of public commentary that is provided by the city back to the residents that is going to discuss how are we going to deal with all these increasing conflicts during the peak periods in the morning and the afternoon. That's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glenn. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Just a couple of comments. As you may know, I am chair of the Planning Commission, and I get concerned when I hear people coming and complaining about a project that's been approved that is a land use issue, because you have the opportunity, just as with council meetings, you have the opportunity to attend Planning Commission meetings virtually. You can go to the city website, get put on the agenda list for receiving the agenda for Planning Commission. And that way you have the opportunity when something comes before the Planning Commission that you feel impacts your neighborhood, our community, to speak up at that time and have an impact before a land use decision is made. City Council makes policy decisions. The Planning Commission makes land use decisions. And the only time they would be seen by the City Council would be if they had been denied and the applicant is appealing it. So it really is your opportunity to have a major impact on your community by attending Planning Commission meetings. Only other thing is I would really like to say thank you to Public Works and specifically also the Traffic Committee. I made a complaint about the striping along Cardoza because people were turning into the parking lane going northbound, thinking that that was a driving lane. And so they put up barriers so that people are directed into the driving lane. It would be a terrible thing if people used to turning and they suddenly turned into parked cars. So, and it's also was very difficult to then make a right-hand turn across the parking lane when people were using it as a driving lane into Dolphin Circle. So I really want to say thank you. I really appreciate it. It was done very quickly. I happened to call at the right time, I think, because it was right before there was a traffic committee meeting. So other thing is Public Works. I know that the other commissions are going to be starting up. I don't know when, but things that have to do with streets, that would be something I would suspect to be addressed by the Public Works Commission. They do all of the infrastructure. And then Traffic Committee, if you have specific issues related to speed limits and you have a concern, making that phone call to find out when the Traffic Committee meets and ask for something to be on the agenda where you can give input on that. That's not on Zoom, but you can give your input just like any other public meeting. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Give everybody a couple of moments to raise their hand if you haven't yet spoke and you wish to, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close public comment. Fernando Munoz had an issue with perhaps a city attorney being used for private purposes. Does the city attorney or police chief want to make any comment?
Mayor, this isn't on the agenda. I don't have any information, but I can certainly check with staff after the meeting.
Okay. All right. Amy mentioned that there weren't minutes, they weren't reflected in the minutes, all the public that had commented. And Lane, can you address, our action minutes versus like more of a transcript type of minutes, and what minutes we have? What do we do?
Yeah, and I wasn't sure if she was referring to comments on the minutes or just comments that were coming in to our city clerk for the meeting tonight. And
like all the email correspondence.
Correct. And Anita was trying to put them on our supplemental binder as quick as possible, but any comments that did come in, they will for sure be part of the public record. If they did not make it into the binder before this afternoon, they will be included and will be part of the binder in the public record.
Okay. I wonder if that's what she was talking about, because we haven't got that issue yet, but I think you're right. I'm just a little bit confused whether that's it or she meant that people commented in the past and those comments were not reflected in the minutes from that past meeting. So
And
if it's, go ahead.
I'm sorry, if that were a case, yet we don't put all the public comments in the minutes. We do action minutes of the council. And if someone wants the full public comments, we have recordings of all the meetings, and those are all preserved. And so someone can always access the recordings of the meeting if they want to hear what all the specific comments are. But we have action minutes, and we don't report everyone's public comment.
Okay, Amy, if that doesn't satisfy you, I hope you speak up again when we get to the equestrian issue. Make sure that we deal with the comments you were referring to the way that you think is appropriate, if possible. Brian asked if there was any significant money going to encourage gambling. That might not have been Brian. Sorry, that was Pat. So she wanted to know if there was significant public funds, city money, that was going to support gambling or encourage gambling in the city of Marina. Juan Lopez or Elaine, do you want to answer that? Go ahead, Heidi.
I can, Mayor, sorry if I may, but I think these comments, these next few questions, they all pertain to the card room matter that's going to be coming before council in October. And so I think this discussion should be deferred until that public meeting.
I think that we're under the impression that if something's not on the agenda, it can be discussed. And so Brian and Pat were taking the opportunity to address something that wasn't on the agenda.
Correct, to make a comment, but not to engage in a discussion or a back and forth with staff. That quickly devolves into a discussion. And then even though what was initially raised was just a comment, that does turn into discussion of an item that's not on the agenda.
All right, so could we answer the question if a lot of money's gone to gambling without having any discussion, just to quickly answer it, like yes or no, maybe?
Well, an application was filed by someone, and the city staff has to process the application.
Thank you.
We do that for any citizen. We are required to do that.
Okay. And I know Alan and Roger want to know the status of Patton Parkway, so we'll talk about that when we talk about that. We'll pull that from the agenda to get those comments. It's on the consent agenda, I believe. All right, and then Jeff wanted a summary of Cypress Knolls. Lane, what would you say to his request for a summary of Cypress Knolls?
We made a presentation to the council at a previous council meeting that had all those details. You can go back and look at that meeting. Our consultants, our CPAC team is working on scheduling public meetings, and that will be happening probably sometime in November. And that will be the whole Cypress Knolls project.
Okay, and Guido, do you have input?
No, I was just going to affirm what Lane said, that we did give a staff report and the APA members will be reaching out to the council.
All right, I've talked to Jeff via email offline and maybe by text. And one of his concerns is the fires and what we're doing to handle, trespass and security issues. It wasn't just about future development. And I tried to tell him that what was planned on last council meeting in the staff report really didn't deal with fires or homelessness. It really dealt with a summary of the development process where Cypress Knolls is going with the development of land use there. So Lane, what would we tell people who want to know more? And we had another question too from someone else we haven't got to yet about Karen, who asked when the fire department will start to put out the fires more actively than passively.
What I'll do, Mayor, we've talked about this internally with our staff, and we're going to write up just a brief memo to the council updating what we're doing with Cypress Knolls, with the fire issues, the homeless issues, and we're going to be exploring some options. And so we'll be sending a memo to council updating those efforts and what we're some things we potentially can do.
Okay, so you're addressing both issues, one with a new memo, that's like the ongoing issue of fires and people using that area that we don't really want them to use. And then the second one will be referring people to our archive of meetings regarding development of Cypress Knolls So if they contact the city clerk, can the city clerk help them find those archives online?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. So just call 884-1278 and you'll talk to our deputy city clerk who will help you find those archived records, anyone who wants them regarding Cypress Knolls or other issues. And then Jasmine had a concern about speed limit being too high. And her question was, can the speed limit be reconsidered?
I think Commander Anderson,
So,
Brian can talk to that.
I guess the mayor, members of the council, public works director, the city, as with all cities, evaluates our speed limits every 5 years, per the standards set by the state of California. So I think our next scheduled engineering traffic study is going to be sometime in the year 2023, 2024. So we'll be looking to fund that in our next budget cycle.
Okay, and maybe that'll go differently with new laws. Jasmine also asked, can we use red light cameras to catch people running red lights?
Those currently are not allowed.
Issue.
Yeah, the state of California currently does not allow red light cameras. There's some test areas, but the state of California does not allow those.
All right, and then Jasmine asked if there's any relationship between where the card room is going to go and adverse impacts to San Gilia.
Right now, under our current zoning laws, card rooms are not permitted anywhere.
Heidi, you're smiling because we probably shouldn't be getting into that. Is that your direction? Okay.
I'll just keep repeating myself.
So we won't discuss it. And then I think Jasmine was also concerned if our Highway 1 on-ramp will have any impact to San Gilia in the future if it was expanded or a new Cloverleaf were to go in where Gilead, in the Gilead vicinity.
Mr. Mayor, Public Works Director, again, Brian McMahon. The city has not conducted any San Gilia surveys within the Caltrans right away or areas that would be impacted by that type of project. Those would be projects that would be in conjunction with Caltrans. So we just don't have surveys to answer that question.
Okay, and she might be concerned about San Gilia in the path of the extension of Del Monte to Second. But we're taking that seriously and trying to avoid that, but more to come when we get back to that issue. Tommy asked if we have costs, if we know how much it costs for the accident study that was recently done. And
I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, that was about $40,000.
$40,000. Okay, thank you. And then he asked, why isn't artificial intelligence used more in the city? Our city police chief talked about that a little bit last time, about that she's willing to use AI more. The council just needs to tell her what we want to do, and she'll see if it can be accommodated. He asked what happened to last city council meeting. Did we have a city council meeting canceled?
No.
So, Tommy, we think that we're on a regular schedule of having council meetings as planned. Sometimes they're delayed a day after a holiday, like they were over a National Night Out was treated like a holiday. So maybe that was the one that was delayed one day and happened on Wednesday instead of Tuesday recently. And then Karen asked, about the fires at Cypress Knolls, and our city manager has told us that there'll be a memo forthcoming. Glenn Woodson asked if traffic studies could be expanded to cover the expanding growth in Marina. And Lane, it was my understanding that in 1997, the Fort Ord reuse plan considered traffic impacts of everything that's being done today. But can you weigh in on that question?
Yes, that whole area, initial traffic impact studies were done as the dunes continues to develop out their promenade in phase 3. We have required them to update their traffic studies on all the areas that they'll impact, both on Imgen and on 2nd Avenue. So those studies are being required.
Okay, and I think that he was also making a point that the traffic studies need to be expanded off of former Fort Ord because the traffic of people trying to get around Fort Ord congestion is impacting central Marina streets. And it's my understanding that that issue was also considered in traffic studies done on Fort Ord's development. Is that true or false?
Brian, can you address that?
So, Mayor, members of council, in addition to the FORA studies, traffic studies for each of the developments, there's an environmental study under CEQA that requires an analysis of the traffic impacts. And it's not just the traffic impacts within the area that they're going to develop, it's the impacts to the network and the model of the network for that our local planning agency, AMBAG, maintains. So all of those things are taken into account when those projects come forward for entitlement and permitting. And mitigations are identified in those studies, which are incorporated in our capital improvement program. We currently have the intersection of Imgen and California within our capital improvement program, as well as other intersections west of that intersection are included in our local road safety plan to go after grant funding, as well as any other mitigations that are being contributed to by development impacts.
Okay, so Glenn, I think that offline you could contact our Public Works Department through Brian and our deputy city clerk to get your hands on those traffic studies. And you better be alert because they're full of tables and numbers, and I fall asleep when I try to look at those. But anyway, they're really important. And so I hope that you access those to your satisfaction. Thanks to Nancy. She had some comments, but no questions that I wrote down. And Fernando Munoz, I see your hand is up, and I think that your next step is to ask the police department or the city questions that you want answered. I know they've worked with you a little bit, and it sounds like you have some still outstanding questions, but tonight we're not going to get very deep into those, but I think offline you can do that. Is that appropriate to say, Heidi?
I think it's always appropriate to defer items to staff to address offline.
Okay. All right. Any questions I didn't address that other people may have noted? All right. Let's go to Councilmember Burnett. You had your hand up for a while.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question on procedure. So earlier this evening, there were two commenters on an item that is on the printed agenda, but that was pulled, and you allowed them to make comments. And I'm just wondering, have you changed the policy, or what actually happened on that?
I considered, since it was getting pulled from the agenda, that it was not on our agenda and they could comment like any other item that's not on the agenda.
Well, it is technically, it is on the agenda. We haven't gotten to actually pull it yet. So technically it's still on the agenda. I don't want to haggle about this. I just want to understand what the process is.
Yeah. Heidi and Lane, can you tell us what our process should be, even if I didn't follow it?
Even the item was confirmed to be pulled from the agenda or continued to October 4th. Even in that circumstance, it would be the discretion of the mayor and the council to entertain public comment. In most cases, when something is deferred or continued, the public comment is held until that meeting. But technically, because the item was removed or continued, then it would be appropriate. I mean, it is allowable to have during the public comment.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on what actually happened. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go to the rest of council for announcements, et cetera, let's go to our Assistant City Manager, Matt Mogeson, who has his hand up. Go ahead, Matt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to, at the appropriate time, let the council and the community know where to find written late communications that are submitted. I want to make sure that everybody knows that we're legal and we're doing things correctly here. So because we're in the Zoom environment, we've had this shift and we can't just provide them in the back table anymore. So I'll show you really quickly on our website where to find them, because there's a lot of them for tonight, and I've checked it out. So if you go to our front page of our website, you'll see under remote meetings, there's two places to get there. This is one. You click there, And here you can click on written public comments received. So these are all the late communications after the agenda has been published, because it's now possible for the deputy city clerk to republish it. So you click on that, you'll go to the meeting and you'll see all the late communications that were submitted. You can also get here through the agendas page. So I just wanted to quickly point that out so that we're all sure that we've done things correctly and legally tonight.
All right, and I'd like to thank our deputy city clerk that kind of rushes to get that incoming, last minute information onto our website. I didn't know that she did that, but I can assume it takes quite a bit of time and hustle to get them on as they come in during the workday, such as today. We got a lot on there. All right, thank you, Matt. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. I had a couple announcements to make and then a request. First announcement is that MPUSD, that's our school district, will be having a Marina High new multi-use field project community meeting and feedback session September 29th from 5 to 6:30 at the Marina High School Cafe. I suspect this has something to do with their new field. So other cities are grappling with lights, and we have a football field coming. So I just want to put that out there for anybody to, everyone is encouraged to attend. The other thing I wanted to mention was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the Friends of the Marina Library will be having a book sale. Check their Facebook page for more information. Saturday will be a face painting, free clothing exchange, free produce and food courtesy of the food bank, and a dad's read featuring our own District 4 staff assistant Eric Mora. There will also be a Friends of the Marina Parks cleanup on Mayor, help me here. I know I did the
September 17th.
September 17th. They're looking for volunteers. And then my last request has to do with the order of agenda items. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to request that item 11A be moved up closer to the front, since there are 62 people here, and I suspect a good amount of them would like to, are here for that matter.
All right. Thank you, Christina. Since our public hearing was continued to a future meeting in October, the only thing standing between us and the Equestrian Center item is our consent agenda. So that should go really fast. Okay, any more input, Christina?
I know there was a lot of Labor Day events, so hats off to everybody who got together to pull off really great movies in the park and events at our teen center. And also, lastly, hats off to the fire department and Public Works for responding to the fires and that have been plaguing the barracks. And also, sorry, my kids are doing homework. And also the horrific fire that happened on Blanco and Davis, most recently, a car accident. Our hearts go out to those people who lost their lives, but we did have staff who responded and appreciate their professionalism.
Thank you very much, Christina. I'd like to mention that people put a lot of time into our annual Labor Day festivity that happened at Vince DiMaggio Park last Saturday, I believe. So it'd be nice to know how it went. I wasn't able to go, but thanks to everyone who put that on, the church volunteers and the city volunteers and the city staff. Thank you. Saturday, we had a cleanup at Salinas Avenue, the woods near Salinas Avenue behind Preston Park. And kudos to the police department, Public Works department. They worked very hard with the Gavilan prisoner crew from Soledad Prison to limb up a lot of oak trees, remove a lot of dead, ugly pine trees that were fire hazards and ugly. That whole place now is safer, looks safer, is cleaner, looks cleaner. There are no unauthorized activities going on. There's no long-term camps. There were a couple motorcycles out there while the volunteers were picking up litter, so we've got to watch that. Now that it's opened up a little bit more, people can see it better. I think it's more attractive or more obvious to people. So we might start getting some new uses, such as off-highway vehicles we'd rather not have. So maybe we can try to nip that in the bud somehow. But anyway, that's an example of good coordination between our departments at the city. And it's been an 18-month project, but that Salinas Avenue Woods area is now a beautiful open space area to walk your dog or just, appreciate some outdoors. We're real close to our residential areas of Carmel Avenue and Salinas Avenue on the east end of town. And I think it's a good model of what we're going to probably have to do at the Cypress Knolls Woods, because I think some of the folks that were camping in the Salinas Woods area are now moving over or have always been using both areas, but now they just have the Cypress Knolls wooded area west of the high school and inside the Cypress Knolls buildings. So I know the police department is on it, the fire department is on it, so I think that we'll be successful there too. This coming Sunday, we have a monthly cleanup. It starts at 10 o'clock, it ends at 12:30, pizza at noon. You meet at 10 o'clock at the southern junction of Lapis Road and Del Monte Boulevard, about a quarter mile north of Beach Road. And we pick up to 14.4 miles of roadsides that are between the Beach Road roundabout and the Highway 1 off-ramp out by the dump, out by the landfill. What Christina was saying, I want to give a few more details about September 17th. Friends of Marina Park is back by popular demand, and their first return project volunteers are encouraged to go to Windy Hill Park at the top of DeForest Road and the east end of Beach Road where they connect. There's Windy Hill Park. They'll be spreading chips and they'll be sweeping sidewalks and doing other things to spruce up the Windy Hill Park from 9 a.m. until noon on September 17th, a Saturday. And Christina has done a real good job, our council member, to produce a flyer for that. And it's being shared on Facebook and Nextdoor. So help out Friends of the Marina Park by going to the park on that Saturday. And every Saturday throughout the year, volunteers from Citizens for Sustainable Marina are growing plants and growing food in a community garden, doing a lot of work, and it's being appreciated by a lot of people that visit Loch Padden Park. So kudos, thank you to all the people at Citizens for Sustainable Marina for working outside the Marina Library to make that environment more interesting and healthier ecologically, and providing a lot of education to a lot of people that visit that park and are interested in what's going on there outside the Marina Library. Okay, does any other council member wish to make any announcements about anything? And no, so let's then move on to our consent agenda. Does anyone in the public, Denise Turley, your hand is up. I'm going to ask everybody if they have any input on our consent agenda, questions, comments, or wish to pull something for a deeper discussion. Let's go to Denise Turley first on the consent agenda. Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, thank you. Question only on 8G1. I realize there's a project. I know how much money, I know what they're doing, but what is the project? What is it connected to? That's it. Simple. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. And if you look at the staff report, which you might not have access to, it talks about the $160,000, to pay a professional service to do create some objective design standards. And Guido, do you want to summarize that for us?
Sure. Just really quickly, I know it's not I know we have other items. As of January 1st, 2020, multifamily housing and certain other housing projects are supposed to be evaluated through objective, clear of zoning standards. It's all part of the state's push the cities to give the development community very clear direction when they file for permits to streamline the development review process. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to create clear, objective zoning standards, get them in place as soon as possible so that the city council and the planning commission have more authority to regulate the form and function of projects. As of now, if somebody files for a permit, absent setbacks, height, and lot coverage, for lack of a technical term, it's difficult to regulate ugly. And so if somebody comes in with a super ugly project, it will be very challenging for us to say no. So this gives us an opportunity to regulate the function and form. So that's basically it in a summary, and I defer to the rest of the council if you have additional questions. So.
All right. Anyone else with comment from the public on our consent agenda, which is a collection of items we're going to vote on at once unless we pull anything for a separate discussion. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to discuss briefly 8K. We've already had 2 comments about the Patton Parkway retaining wall. I don't know that Mr. Roger Miller nor Roger Frick, who commented on it, wanted to pull the item. I don't know that they understand if we pull the item for further discussion that it will go possibly to the end of the agenda and it would not be addressed today. I have one comment. If they do not want it pulled, I would just like to make a slight adjustment to the resolution. It's a minor paragraph, but it would be consistent with what's already on here. And that is,
I think, Kathy, we're going to need to pull it because we're going to have to vote on it separately. Well, I guess we don't have to vote on it separately. We could approve the consent with these changes to this one item. But let's give Heidi a chance to tell us how to do this correctly.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Again, really to avoid pulling an item, it should just be a brief comment or a question. So if there is going to be discussion about a change and possibly debate, then I think the item should be pulled.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any debate. Maybe I should just say it and then you tell me if it's something that's debatable.
I think because you have a small comment change to make and because there might be a couple people who want to speak to it, let's pull it and we'll hear it as soon as we're done with the consent agenda.
Okay, but before the MEC. Great, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So we're going to pull 8K1 that regards the retaining wall at Patton Parkway. And any other comments, or does someone want to make a motion regarding our consent agenda minus 8K1?
So moved.
All right. Is there a second?
I second.
All right. David, Councilmember Burnett, did you have any input?
I was just going to second.
All right. So can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett.
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you. So that motion passes unanimously. Let's move to 8K1. And Kathy, can you lead us here?
Sure. Just a small change to be consistent with paragraph 2. It talks about the resident at 301 Independence Avenue. And I wanted to add in before that, because chronologically this happened before that. And it would be, whereas on March 10th, 2022, city manager and the mayor pro tem conducted a site tour with residents residing at 3002 Independence Avenue to assess the level of erosion along Patton Parkway after this resident sent multiple photos of the area affected. And I want to add that only because this resolution sounds like one person made a complaint and then we enacted some follow through. It was actually a longer process than that. So I just want, as the second paragraph, to add that statement. And I can send that to Anita if that is too long.
Okay. All right. Let's open this up because perhaps Roger and, sorry, I forgot the other gentleman.
Alan Miller. Yeah.
Let's open this up to public comment on the retaining wall along Patton Parkway. Would anyone like to comment on that? We have a motion on the floor and a second. If there's no public comment, then we'll just move toward a vote. Give everyone another moment to raise their hand. Not seeing any hands go up. I'll close public comment. And can we have a roll call on 8K1, please, Anita? And to be clear,
I need a motion.
Oh, no, I'll motion that we adopt the resolution before us for $95,000 allocation from general fund for that retaining wall. And we authorize the finance director to do the necessary budget entries and accounting. And that we add to it March 10th, 2022, the site tour of the mayor pro tem and city manager with the resident of 3002 Independent Avenue address the same matter.
Second.
Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Kathy, if you want to submit the exact language that you spoke to Anita. All right, so we're going to move on to the Marina Equestrian Center, item number 11A. I'm just going to start taking us through this.
Mayor, I'll take just a quick part to frame our discussion, then Brian McMinn will have a presentation. The item before the council is the approval of the concessionaire agreement with Chaparral Country Corporation. Council back in September 8th, and previously we'd had a meeting in August that was continued then, reviewed all the RFPs, took over, I think, over 100 public comments regarding this item, and selected Chaparral as the concessionaire. And so they've already gone through the process of selection, and the direction given to staff was to prepare a concessionaire agreement, get approval from the National Park Service on this agreement, and also to look at the finances of Chaparral. And Brian McMinn will go over those in more detail in his presentation. After the direction from the council to move forward with a concessionaire agreement with Chaparral, some members of the community and others had reached out to Congressman Panetta's office to see if he could talk with the National Park Service and make some changes in federal law that would allow private boarding. The big issue that has always been at the Equestrian Center is private boarding. The Marina, our existing agreement with the Marina Equestrian Association was never approved by the National Park Service. The primary use is private boarding, and that is a non-allowed use. And an effort was made to reach out, and that's partly why this has taken so long to get to the city council, is we wanted this process to play through. In contacting Congressman Panetta, he's reached out to the National Park Service. They've responded multiple times to Congressman Panetta's office. I've talked directly with Mark Denon, the legislative director, over this issue. And the National Park Service has made it very clear that the city of Marina is not in compliance. The Marina Equestrian Association is doing private boarding, and that is not allowed at the park. And then an effort was made to go above David Siegenthaler, who's been the person that has been working with the city for since at least 2008 on this issue, and they weren't sure that he was making the correct interpretation of National Park Service rules, and so it went to Joel Lynch, who is the division chief of, I think his title is of state and local government agreements, and he wrote a letter to the city that I received on July 22nd of this year. And it was a final request to the city to get in compliance with our Marina Equestrian Center. And if we don't, they provided some options and alternatives for the reversion of that property back to the National Park Service. And again, Brian's going to go in more detail. And so the issue of private boarding, it has been made very clear that the use up there, the Marina Equestrian Association, that is a private boarding use that is not allowed. We received a final notice or a request that we needed to get in compliance. And they've told us they've been following our Chaparral agreement, and we've been working with them on that, and they like the agreement. They support it. They've had a few comments to that, and we provided just an updated draft of some of their final comments to that. And so Brian will be going through that in more detail in his presentation. So I just want to put that framework out there, that the private boarding issue has been discussed for years and years and years, and it's very clear from the National Park Service that is a use that is not allowed. But the council has already made the choice previously that Chaparral is the concessionaire, and the item tonight really is discussion of the terms of that agreement. And with that, I will turn the presentation over to Brian McMinn, unless there's other questions at this point.
Yes, Lane, I have a question, and actually this question is really for Heidi regarding the scope of tonight's conversation, as well as expectations of the public, that we're not talking about other possibilities for concessionaires or what's wrong with Chaparral or what's wonderful about Chaparral. We're just speaking about the agreement. And if I understood everything that Lane just said, and if I understood everything on the agenda, is that correct?
Through the mayor and council, yes, tonight's agenda item is to consider the concessionaire agreement with Chaparral.
Okay, so it's just on the concessionaire. So comments or discussion about any other concessionaire are out of the scope of this topic or this agenda item. Is that correct?
I would say it's correct, but of course, people could make comments that are related to this concession agreement that might touch on those other areas.
Okay.
So Heidi, if someone said, I think you should approve this concessionaire agreement because they're really a good company, or I think you should not approve this concessionaire because I think they have problems financially, whatever people's opinion is about why we should or should not approve this concessionaire agreement, is that within the bounds of discussion?
Mayor, I think we're going to have to see how tonight goes. It really is the concession agreement with Chaparral. It isn't about the selection of the concessionaire. That has already been determined by the council. At a prior meeting, it was a public bidding process. The council found this concessionaire to be qualified and directed staff to bring back the concession agreement, which is what staff has done tonight. And so the comment should really be about the terms of this concession agreement.
I can tell from the emails we got that people are going to say there's new information. Here it is.
So to that point, then Heidi, or I don't know, do you prefer to go by Ms. or Mrs. Quinn? I apologize. I don't actually know the answer to that.
You can call me Heidi. If you want to call me Ms. Quinn, that's fine too. It's whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay, so I just want to be sure then. So if you find that any one of our comments or public comments are getting out of the scope, will you be willing to interject and rein us back in so we can stay on track?
I will accept this challenge.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. That's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Lisa, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Heidi. I do have a question, two questions for our city manager. There was a new agreement that was sent at 4:59 today. Is that correct? The revisions to the concession agreement?
That is correct.
So is that, Heidi, is that proper that we have a concession agreement that we're going to be talking about that the public has read? However, there is a new revisions to a concession agreement that council just received.
Again, through the mayor, I do think it's appropriate because I believe the way the agenda description reads, it's directing execution of the agreement subject to the approval of the city attorney. So it does contemplate that there would be additional changes. Also, it indicated that there would be some discussion with NPS to get their concurrence. So I think that's appropriate and it can be made available to the public as well.
That should be made available to them. Second question for you, Heidi. Again, how do you like to be referred?
You can call me Heidi or Miss Quinn, however you are comfortable. So
Miss Quinn. Thank you, Miss Quinn. Under the terms of closed session, what are the rules for things we talk about closed session? In closed session, do we talk about contracts in closed session?
You're just talking about the grounds for closed session generally?
Yeah, I'm establishing if contracts are communicated or talked, terms of contracts are talked about in closed session.
There are, all meetings are required to be open to the public unless there's a statutory ground to have a closed session. And the grounds for closed session are typically litigation, either pending litigation, a threat of litigation, or an interest or a possibility of initiating litigation. There also are real property negotiations, which would be a subject of closed session. Things that impact the strategy of the city, and that could be terms and condition of payment.
So where I'm going with this is, if tonight we're going to be talking about a contract, would it be appropriate? I'm going to say, I don't feel that it's appropriate if we're going to be talking about terms of a contract that are subject to change tonight. I would like to request that I with some new information that may be coming up, especially with terms of the contract. We just got a new version of revisions that the public hasn't seen. I would feel much more comfortable talking about this in closed session before we bring it back to the public, because this is our first chance to talk about it. And if there are some things that are outstanding in it, especially terms of this concession agreement, I don't feel comfortable negotiating in front of 61 people to understand what the strategy is. How do you feel about that?
Well, I should clarify that the only time that you're going to have a contract subject to closed session if it's a real property negotiation, and this is an operating agreement. It's a concessionaire agreement, so it really doesn't fall into a lease. It's specifically not a lease. It's an operating agreement. So I don't think that would qualify as closed session material.
You're muted, Christina. Still muted.
Okay, my concern, and I'd just like it noted that I do believe that we are talking about real property here, and we are getting into a contract that is at least 5 years with some renewals there. So I would like to just state my concern that I feel that there are matters in this agreement that should be discussed in closed session, especially with some new information that's come to light. We've received more than 35 letters, and I don't feel comfortable proceeding without talking to my colleagues about possible material changes that were presented last year in the RFP, and how those situations may have changed. I did ask about the financials. I asked our city manager, and I was told the financials were proprietary information. Is that correct, Lane?
Yes, that's correct. And Brian McMinn is going to go into that a little bit more detail in his presentation.
Okay, I will await that, but I would like to make it perfectly clear that I believe that there may be some elements to this agreement that we need to talk about in closed session. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Heidi, please. So of the staff packet, there were no documents that have not been presented before. The two pieces that are new was the letter to Panetta and the letter from Joel Lynch at the NPS. So outside of the actual agreement and the content of the operating agreement, can also the public or the council speak to these two new pieces of information in the packet?
Again, through the mayor, yes, I think that to the extent that the council is considering this information as part of this approval, I think that comment or discussion would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And I also actually did not see the email that was sent by Lane. So in the summary just now presented, it sounds like it's not about the content of the agreement, but it's preparing for the discussion and ability to add what is needed in the agreement based on today's discussion, as well as the issue of putting it forward back to NPS. Is that correct? Because I have not read that. I just noticed it's 16 pages and I don't have time to read that right now.
There are also some changes in there that staff has made since packet went out on Friday, and we also got some feedback from David Siegenthaler. And so there have been changes to the actual agreement.
Okay, well, in that case, I do think I have to agree with Councilwoman Medina Dirksen on that this might be more than what we can handle today, because I have not read the document, and I think it's important enough for me to absorb all that, the new information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm just wondering, Elaine, would you characterize these new documents as being revisions or cleanups of language, and if not materially different than what had been circulated earlier?
Yes, that's how I could characterize it. It's non-material changes. It's just wording changes, cleanup changes in the document. And there are not a whole lot of changes there, but there are a few.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, could I make a comment, or are we just asking questions at this time?
Good point. I guess I'd like to open it up to comments and questions, but I can't. I'd rather not do that alone. Council, do you want to diverge from our normal practice and allow comments and questions instead of trying to have them separate? Go ahead, Lisa.
Thanks. I'd like us to just be very, very clear what the parameters or the scope is of what it is that we're discussing this evening. Because it's such a charged topic, it can really go all over the place, and there's many people with a lot of opinions, many who are unhappy with us and with this process. And so I just want us to be very clear what the expectations are, what the guidelines and scope are.
Okay,
So
I'd like to,
with that in mind, I'm in favor of council keeping it for questions, comments, so that we're clear and then can move forward. I also don't want to see us debate this ad nauseum either before we get actually to the substance.
okay, Lisa, so are you in favor of keeping our normal process where we have comments later, questions in front?
Let me ask, with the caveat that all of council is clear in the direction of moving forward. Yes.
Okay, so David, you wanted to make a comment, Lisa suggesting we keep the comments later and have questions now.
It's about a 15-word comment.
Yeah, but it opens it up to other comments of different lengths. So one thing I want to say about scope is, it's my opinion that anything that's in the staff report is something that public and council can comment on or ask questions about.
Absolutely.
All right, and shouldn't we have Brian's presentation maybe before we get down into all of this?
Yeah, Lane gave an opener and asked if there were any questions, and we've been hearing council questions. We have two hands up. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think the comments, at least mine, were just geared to Councilwoman Berkeley's comments about the scope of comment, and that was all. So I felt like it was appropriate to do before we launched out into our regular process. But I am in favor of exercising our usual process for this item, which means we get the presentation first, then we go to comments, and then we go to a motion, and then we go to public comment.
Well, actually, our normal process is presentation, city council questions, motion, brief, city council comments, then public discussion, then long council comments.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Let's go back. And if you have more input at this time, Kathy?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's go back to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to quickly state that my understanding is that tonight we are in session to talk about the development of contract terms that are equitable, and that is the entire scope of the meeting tonight, right? So The city manager indicated that the newest revision was more in keeping with typos and corrections. So nothing material or substantive has been added or removed. So I would like to, get public comments and get council comments and have a vote on this issue tonight. Thank you.
So I do want to refer you to page 3, where if council does not want to move forward, the following alternative remedies were provided by the National Park Service. They're part of the staff report. They're not included in what you just covered, Councilmember Burnett, but I think that they're open for our input and that of the public. And we'll see what the public wants to talk about. If they want to talk about.
I was assuming that would be covered under the discussion by council, whether or not to include those items. So that, just clarifying that, yes, I understood those items, and I assume they would come out during council discussion. So,
all right, Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Yeah, I think Heidi just confirmed that it's not only the operating agreement, but the 2 new pieces, the 2 new letters are inclusive in the discussion. Thank you.
Anything that's mentioned in the staff report.
Well, I'm not sure that anything mentioned in the staff report necessarily falls under all the discussion.
Let's get some clarification on that. Heidi, is there a possibility that something in the staff report cannot be referred to by the public?
I think we're getting caught up in the what ifs and this minutia about what we can talk about. But I think if we just are focused, or the council's focused on what you have tonight is approval of a concession agreement. And if the council decides not to move forward, it's true, there are options in the report for council if council determines not to approve the concession agreement or provide direction to staff regarding the agreement. So I think as long as it's what I've also heard staff say, the concessionaire has been selected, the private boarding issue has been determined, and now the council is to decide upon the terms of the agreement and options if the agreement is not approved.
I think that we can wait before we get approval of the agreement. We might say, I like the agreement better than the alternatives, or I like the alternatives better than the agreement. That we don't need to wait until we vote on the agreement. Let's say we vote it down before we can talk about the alternatives, given they were listed in the staff report.
To that point, though, the options were not fully, they were mentioned, but they were not fully agendized. If we look at what it says in big bold letters at the top of our agenda, City Council consider adopting Resolution 2022, approving a concessionaire agreement with Chaparral Country Corporation Incorporated of Woodside, California, to provide recreation facilities and programs to the public at the Marina Equestrian Center Park, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement on behalf of the city, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney, and direct staff to provide notice to vacate to the Marina Equestrian Association. So per our agenda, it is only to be discussing the agreement, not to make any other conversations of any other options and get into a discussion of that, solely to address the agenda, and assuming we approve the agreement, to then direct city staff on the vacating of the property.
I disagree, because in consideration that you just read of adopting the resolution, there's analysis provided by staff. That analysis is game for questions and comments.
I understand, but that's going to take us down a whole other rabbit hole. First, we make the decision. Related to what is on the agenda. Otherwise, we're all over the place. We've got to take this methodically and intelligently and with critical thinking. And this is what's in front of us.
Your interpretation of how it can be done is probably different than 9 other people, because everyone might have their own interpretation. But if the analysis covers topics that the public or council wish to comment on, that is within their purview. Do you have more input at this time, Lisa?
I think that's not what it says in the direction. That is a comment of what are options. And we have been asked, we have been even publicly called out that we need to be sticking to our agenda. The agenda and what is being recommended for us to address is very clear. The scope is very clear. And so I think that's really what we need to get done. And I really think we should continue this conversation after we have Brian's presentation. But it's very clear what's being said.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the way I look at this is that if we put a vote to adopting that resolution that you just read, and we say no, in the staff report, it does say, if city council does not want to move forward with an approving agreement with Chaparral, the following alternate remedies were provided to the city by NPS. And then it lists the 4 things. So I think that, I understand what you're saying is that technically that is what we're focusing on. But if we decide to vote no on that motion as printed in our staff packet, then there is an alternative that kicks into place because NPS has defined that for us. So I do think that it might be beneficial for us to talk about that at the same time we're talking about the resolution of the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Could we hear what?
One moment, please, Lisa. Please wait to be recognized. And that's that way we keep it methodical like you suggest. But go ahead with your input.
Great. I think maybe we should turn this over to City Council because that's not what is agendized. What we're discussing is down in the weeds of something that was recommended as possible discussion by NPS, but we don't go down. It's extraneous. It's relevant, but extraneous to what has been agendized. And so if we could hear from our council, that would be great because we're trying to stick to city business, not additional recommendations, which we could discuss at a later date.
Heidi, do you have input at this time?
Through the mayor, I again, the focus is the concession agreement, but I do think this agenda description does allow the council to provide further direction to staff, not only on the terms, but other matters. I think what this agenda description is not to include is bringing up matters that have already been decided by the council, by a majority of the council.
All right, thank you, Heidi. So Brian, if you'd like to show us your piece of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Let me try a share screen here. And let me start off by reiterating that MVC built the engineering building first. I thought that was pretty an important part of the proclamation earlier. But thank you, everyone. I'm Brian McMinn, Public Works Director for the City of Marina. A lot of this is kind of overview and stuff that is in the staff report. I'm covering it because maybe not everybody in attendance has read the staff report, but I wanted to kind of present this to everybody that's here for the public meeting. So the meeting purpose in the recommendations, approve a concessionaire agreement to operate the Marina Equestrian Center Park, and specifically a concessionaire agreement with Chaparral Country Corporation. That was identified as the most qualified concessionaire in a previous resolution. Authorize the city manager to execute the concessionaire agreement and direct staff to provide notice to vacate the Marina Equestrian Association, vacate the Marina Equestrian Park by the Marina Equestrian Association. So a little bit of history of how we got to this point related to the request for proposals. March 21st, 2017, City Council directed staff to prepare a request for proposals to identify a concessionaire to operate the Marina Equestrian Center. Staff did issue that RFP on October 23rd, 2020. Proposals to provide the concession services were received by the city on January 4th, 2021. 3 proposals received from Chaparral Country Corporation, Marina Equestrian Association, and Fort Ord Equine Association or Foundation, sorry. The proposals were evaluated based on the requirements of the deed through the Federal Lands to Parks Program, the 2013 Program of Utilization approved by City Council, and correspondence with the National Park Service staff with assistance of management partners, a professional consulting firm that specializes in government contracting and services. Rated and ranked the 3 proposals received in response to the RFP in accordance with the evaluation criteria, and identified Chaparral Country Corporation as the most qualified organization to provide equestrian recreation programs that would comply with the NPS requirements. Selection of the concessionaires at the City Council meeting held on August 31st and September 8th, 2021. Staff presented the results of the evaluation of proposals. Public comments were received, and City Council adopted Resolution 2021-96. In that resolution, Council directed approved Chaparral as the most qualified respondent to the RFP, directed staff to negotiate the terms of a concession agreement, directed staff to obtain NPS concurrence with the terms of the concession agreement, directed staff to do further vetting of the financials of Chaparral, and return to City Council with a concession agreement, which brings us to this meeting tonight. As Lane had mentioned, there was considerable time since the last meeting and the approval of that resolution. In that time, there was some correspondence with the National Park Service through the United States Congressman Jimmy Panetta's office, requesting that NPS consider their prior decision and direction to the City of Marina regarding long-term private boarding of horses. Subsequent to that, there was email from Mark Denon, the legislative director, on January 12, 2022 to NPS, and a response from NPS to Mark Denham, January 19, 2022, stating that no private boarding of horses is allowed. Subsequent to that, the city received a letter dated July 12, 2022 from Joel Lynch, the Chief of State and Local Assistance Programs from the NPS Washington, D.C. office, issuing a final request and notice for the city to cure non-compliance due to private boarding at the Marina Equestrian Center Park, and that is included in the packet. Options available to the city is outlined by the National Park Service in their letter. One is voluntary reversion of the Marina Equestrian Center Park to federal ownership. Non-contesting, turning it back over to the federal government. Not national parks, but general services for disposition as surplus lands. Number 2 is abrogation of the park use requirements through sale of the property to the city at fair market value. The city could purchase the property and thereby remove the restrictions, the deed restrictions that were in place due to the grant from the federal government. Number 3 is transfer the property to another governmental entity, such as the county, capable of operating the site as a public park under NPS regulations. And 4 was involuntary reversion as a last resort, absent an adequate response by the city to NPS request for a public use plan that meets the public recreation purposes of the conveyance. Those were the options outlined by the NPS in their letter to the city. In discussions with NPS subsequent to the letter, there are a couple ways of also looking at this. One is approving the concession agreement with Chaparral and terminate the operating agreement with the Marina Equestrian Association. That's the item or recommendation on the agenda tonight. The other is terminate the agreement with the Marina Equestrian Association and work with the National Park Service to determine a compliant program for the Marina Equestrian Center. So getting back to what council directed in the resolution late last year, one was bring a concessionary agreement to city council for consideration. And some of the last pieces that were actually inventorying what was at the equestrian center that would be available for the concessionaire to operate programs. So on August 15th of 2022, MEA members provided access for city staff and chaparral. This allowed for completion of an inventory of the facilities and equipment to be made available under the agreement that's before you for consideration. The draft agreement was sent to the National Park Service, also meeting one of the directions of the City Council. David Siegenthaler reviewed the draft concessionary agreement and recommended changes that have been incorporated into the draft and provided to City Council after the meeting packet was published later today. That was sent out to City Council for consideration. The other piece that council asked for in the resolution was further vetting of the financial health of the Chaparral Country Corporation. So the city, with the assistance of Kaiser Marston, reviewed proprietary financial records of Chaparral. During that review, back and forth questions and clarifications, it was determined that they appear to be financially stable and have sufficient equity available to operate successfully as the concessionaire at the Marina Equestrian Center Park. Some of the concerns that have been raised at meetings and in the public, what are the opportunities for the park and services for the public going forward. There have been a lot of volunteer activities at the park, and it will still be available as a park for volunteer or community group activities like other city parks. Reservations handled through the Recreation and Cultural Services Department and coordinated with the concessionaire. Holiday celebrations and activities will be an allowed use under the concession agreement. Emergency sheltering of animals will also be an allowed use under the concessionary agreement. So, next steps for tonight, as under the recommendations, City Council can consider approving a concessionaire agreement with Chaparral Country Corporation to operate the Marina Equestrian Center Park in accordance with Resolution 2021-96. Authorize the city manager to execute the concessionaire agreement and direct staff to provide notice to vacate the Marina Equestrian Association from the park itself. And with that, concludes my presentation and available for questions.
All right, thank you, Brian. What is the zoning for this property?
I think Guido, we reviewed that recently. I'm pretty sure it's parks.
Guido, can you confirm the zoning if you know?
I'm glad you asked, Mr. Mayor. We just got our first interactive GIS map, so give me a minute and I will pull it up for you. So.
Fantastic. That should make Councilmember Burnett very happy. He was a GIS expert for the County of Santa Cruz for many years.
Your volume sounds really low, Bruce.
I was talking low for about that. That was kind of my under the breath comments. It didn't need to be heard, really. So we're waiting for Guido, or should we move on?
I'm pulling it up now, Mayor, but
Okay, I wasn't sure. Things went quiet and I wasn't sure.
So where's it at, Brian?
Nice map, Guido.
Well,
Big
you
green,
are welcome.
big
So,
green space south of Imjin Parkway and east of California, Fifth Avenue there. Go to your left a little. That one.
all right.
So what's that green color mean? I'm colorblind, so you just have to hold my hand here and tell me.
Oh,
It looked like open space parks and rec.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, my question to our city attorney is, if it's zone park and we assess it at fair market value because we want to buy it from the National Park Service, is it fair market value of park property as the highest and best use, given that's its zoning?
Mayor and members of council, I don't have an answer to that question at this time.
Okay. All right. Question to Brian and Lane. If we were to try to transfer the property to another government entity such as the county capable of operating the site as a public park under NPS regulations, from what you know about the county, do you think the county would be interested?
No, I don't think so.
All right. There apparently, according to public comment that's come in the last couple of days, there is a new lawsuit and there was an old lawsuit, but the old lawsuit may have been required to have been disclosed when in the concession, in the RFP section FB, proposers were required to provide a listing of any lawsuit initiated within the last 5 years. And Chaparral Ranch said they had none, but apparently there was a case in the county of San Mateo Superior Court that was not disclosed. I sent this information to staff and asked staff if this would be addressed, and staff told me it would be. So now I'm asking if that old 2018 case was disclosed as required by the RFP.
So Mayor, members of council, what was required in the RFP was maybe a little bit more specific. It wasn't just any lawsuit. It was certain types of lawsuits. And I don't know if Heidi has kind of that language readily available, but you know, it was a little bit more specific other than just saying, are there any lawsuits?
Yeah, what the public said is they were required to provide a listing of any lawsuit or litigation initiated within the last 5 years against any proposed team members. And their response was that Chaparral Ranch has never been in any contract terminations, lawsuits, litigation, claims, or settlements. And this seems to be inconsistent with the public record of a case in 2018 with the County of San Mateo Superior Court. So when I sent that information to staff, did staff look into it for tonight's consideration?
Yes, Heidi can respond to that.
Mayor, yes, as Brian indicated, the language in the RFP is much more specific. And so what was required was for the proposer to provide a listing of any lawsuit or litigation initiated within the last 5 years against any proposed team members performing substantive work under a resultant lease agreement. That includes allegations relating to the performance or quality of work, or discrimination, harassment or retaliation. So the 2018 litigation, that was a collections action dating back to, I believe, 2012. It did not fall into this category of allegations relating to the performance of quality of work or discrimination, harassment, or retaliation.
Okay. Thank you very much for looking into that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, now this new lawsuit that's, I think, employee wages, I'm not really sure what it's about, but that was something provided to the public. Is that anything that we should be aware of?
I think Heidi again can respond to that.
This is a recent lawsuit. It's a labor and employment lawsuit. My firm happens to do a lot of labor and employment law, so it's very common for a larger employer to have accusations of violations of meal breaks and rest periods and things like that, especially when you have independent contractor or independent employees that are out in the field and not necessarily having their breaks monitored. So this is a recent lawsuit. It wasn't required, obviously, in the disclosure. And so I think that that's just information for council to have about this proposer.
Thank you. And a couple questions to Brian at the end of your presentation. Brian, you mentioned that volunteer holiday celebrations would be allowed into the future. And are you aware that those holiday celebrations in the past were put on by the Marina Equestrian Association volunteers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware of that.
Okay. Are you aware that there's been very little holiday celebrations that volunteers in the city of Marina have put on in the last 5 or 6 years? Are you aware that there haven't really been any large scale holiday celebrations such as the ones that have been held at the Equestrian Center for many years by those volunteers, that we have a problem finding volunteers willing to put on large celebrations of the scale that have been happening by the volunteers at the Equestrian Center?
You know,
So I guess my question is, although it's allowed, who do you think might step in to fill the shoes of those organizers of those large holiday celebrations that have been occurring at the Equestrian Center, even if they're allowed? Who do you think might organize them?
I couldn't anticipate that, Mr. Mayor. Any group that wants to come forward to the Recreation Department.
Okay,
And,
got it.
and yeah,
And similarly with the emergency, you said that, of course, the emergency use of the facility would be allowed. Did you know that it was a 22-hour-a-day endeavor that the Equestrian Association volunteers provided for the emergency evacuation of those horses?
yes, that is the fact in the last emergency.
Do you think that in the future there will be groups that will step forward for 22-hour-a-day, several days in a row, emergency evacuations if there's no more volunteers at the Equestrian Center?
I couldn't anticipate that, Mr. Mayor. That's in any instance of emergencies, there are any number of people that step forward to fill those roles.
Okay, well, all right, thank you. Since I'll keep it to questions and comments will be later. All right, that's all I had for questions. Let's go, I'm not sure, so Councilmember David Burnett or Lisa Berkeley first, but let's go to David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just for clarification here, these options that we're talking about, this is going to be decided by the Department of the Interior. The City Council has no voice in that. They're going to decide a revision or sale or what to do with it. If we don't agree tonight on this and they yank the property back, we have no recourse.
Is that a question, David?
Yes.
So on those options there, if the council, what they want, what the MPS wants is the city to continue to move forward with being in compliance with their regulations. And so if the council does not approve this concessionaire agreement, they gave us 3 options. One, for the city council to consider. One would be, it would just be voluntary transfer the property back to MPS. So that would just be notice from the city to David Siegenthaler that the city no longer wants the property. We're going to voluntarily transfer it back to them. The next option would be if we still want to retain the property, but we don't like the restrictions of the NPS rules and regulations, we have the option to purchase the property from them at fair market value. That was the earlier question. And I'm not sure what that fair market value would be. We'd have to bring an appraiser in to get a sense of what that fair market value is. And then the last option, what they don't really want us to go down that path is an involuntary transfer. And so if the council did not take any action and just continued on and said, we want to continue further discussion, they may take the action of involuntary transferring the property back.
So, but this revision sale, this is the Department of the Interior. The city council has no input on that, other than to say whether or not we'd like to purchase it. But if they take it back, I mean, that's the Fed's decision on what to do with it. This is the position of it.
Right, it's the property really would go to the General Services Administration, and I'm sure
Right.
they have a process that determines what the fair market value of that property would be.
Right. So I'm just trying to keep us focused on, we're discussing terms of this agreement, and we're going far afield. We're questioning things that to me seem to be off topic. You know, we want to make this an equitable concessionaire agreement. The things we want to add to it, things we want to take away from it, that's fine. But it just seems like the general tenor of some of the questions have been, you know, let's go back to square one. And I just want to reemphasize that we don't really have a lot of wiggle on this. The NPS has said, okay, if you guys are continue to move.
Do you have a question at this time, David?
So I just want to make sure that everyone understands.
You have a question, David? You
The
can frame it.
discussion
You can
is,
frame it.
does everybody understand? Yes, that's the question. Yes.
Does everyone understand? Okay, I understand that everything in the staff report and everything in Brian McMinn's presentation is on topic. And my comments or my questions.
To what end, though? I mean, to what end? We can just keep asking questions.
David, I was
So
answering your
it's
question.
I had the floor.
You asked a
I had the
question,
floor.
David, and I was answering
And
the question.
so-
Your question was posed to all council members, and I was the first to answer your question. That everything in the staff report and in Brian's presentation is on point, and to that were my questions directed. Does anyone else have an answer to David's question, if they understand tonight's process? Okay, go ahead, David, if you have more input.
So to the extent that the contract itself is to have some tweaks or changes to it, Elaine, is there a time frame that the NPS would allow us to make some, continue to make minor revisions to it before they would shut that off?
I talked with David Siegenthaler again today, and as long as we're moving forward, it tweaks and changes the contract, they'll continue to work with this.
Thank you, Elaine. Those are my comments.
Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Great, thank you. So this is a question for clarification. Following up on what David's comment is, on page 186 of our packet, in the letter from Joel Lynch from the state and local assistance programs of the National Park Service. He says, if the city finds our requirements, in other words, to meet the concessionaire objectionable, the National Park Service requests that the city consider a voluntary reversion of the property to federal ownership or purchase of the property at fair market value. And if not, National Park Service or NPS or the GSA will have to pursue one of the other alternatives previously noted. So basically that if we don't go with this agreement, then it is up to the NPS and GSA to determine the outcome of the property. And along those same lines then, am I correct in my understanding that if we were to, for example, say we wanted to buy it, the land still gets turned back to the National Park Service and the GSA, and then we would be competing like any other potential buyer for the price of that property? Because it wouldn't be we would just go to them and buy it. If they take it and they put it up.
You have a question, Lisa?
That is my question. Could you please let me continue with my question? Thank you. Am I correct in that if the GSA and NPS take it over for sale, it's no guarantee that we would buy it?
No, that's not my understanding. They won't put it up to auction or bid because that property was transferred to the city. And if we wanted to purchase it, they would work with us. They would establish what that fair market value is.
And then they would sell it to us at that price?
Correct.
I see. Okay. All right. So I'd like then to move on to the actual agreement because that is what we're supposed to be talking about. So I'd like to go to start off on page 11, um, where one of the first things that we're talking about is that that Chaparral on months through the end of the agreement, which is for 5 years, that they would be consistently paying only $1,280 per month, which is $15,360 per year. Now, I'm curious if I missed something, but I don't see anywhere that the base rent is going up or is increasing. Is there a reason for that?
So council member, it's the revenue to the city.
Uh-oh.
uh,
Wait, hold on. I don't know if it's my side or your side, but I really hear you breaking up. Is it just me?
It's Brian's side.
Yeah, my connection's slow.
Brian, if you turn off your video, sometimes it helps.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's also a table below that on page 11, 6B3 revenue sharing payments. And through that, the city receives a percentage of the gross revenue or the gross concessionary revenues. So
But-
that would be added to the $1,280 per month.
But why would we be starting off at a base that actually is lower than what the MEA is currently paying?
We did check on what they're paying, and that is what they're currently paying.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Or no, actually, I'm sorry. That's not correct. It's over the first 3 years, it would ratchet up to what MEA is paying. And part of that is because there's going to be a period, that first 6 months, where the concessionaire is moving in and establishing operations and actually starting to generate revenue.
Mm-hmm. I see. So it would seem to me, though, that we would at some point want to maybe annually raise the rent. So the next question I have is, per your reference to chart 6.3, where we're talking about the months of operation, this is supposed to be a 5-year agreement. And you have listed, and so that would be 60 months. I don't understand why we have, and actually I'd like to see removed from this months 61 through 84, and then months 85 to the end of the agreement. That doesn't make sense. So those need to be stricken from.
You have a question, Lisa?
Would you please strike those from this agreement? Because it's out of sync with the 5-year agreement.
Those are one of the amendments that we made that went out. That was a typo in the staff end, and so that is already in the updated agreement. It's been taken out.
Okay. Okay. And then further along these questions, I know that we are required, for example, the city is required to put in ADA compliant bathrooms. And so where is the funding going to come from that?
So the city has already set aside funding in the capital improvement program from the National Park Service funding, as well as the park's impact fee towards development of the Marina Equestrian Center. That was in anticipation of the city entering into a concessionaire agreement, and that there would have to be some improvements made to get the operation up and running, as well as coming back with a plan for further development of the park.
Okay. Let's see. Hold on, I'm just looking at my notes. And then what is Chaparral committing to do as far as improvements?
You know, that would be subject to proposal. the way it's set up is the city turns over the facilities in a condition that it's ready to support the concessionaire agreement. You know, they're going to be responsible for basically anything that's not the structure of the building. You know, the city retains the responsibility for making sure that it's weather tight, the roof is good, and exterior windows and stuff are in good condition. And beyond that, it's going to be subject to proposals developed between the city and Chaparral as to where, you know, what improvements should be made to the park for the programming.
I see, because just to sort of further your comments, I don't see any of what you've just made reference to in this agreement, including that we have the money in the CIP. So I think that needs to be put in the agreement somewhere. In addition to it, it would seem to me that we need to have a timeline somewhere. Of what needs to, of what will be done and by what date. Will that be included? And if so, where in the agreement?
So the maintenance and repair and personal property is covered in the agreement under Exhibits H and Exhibits F. You know,
Okay, I'm
some of
sorry.
the
Okay, talk me through it. Thank you for your patience, because I missed it. So where is it?
So let me get the proper reference. So it's term three on page 3 of 24, personal property. Term 9 on page 5 of 24.
I am not seeing that.
That's page 12 of the item.
Okay. Okay, I'm looking, sorry, page 3 of 24.
Which is page 10 of the item.
Okay.
And that covers personal item property, what's turned over for use in the concession.
Because I don't see where it talks about the specific, the detailed obligations of the concessionaire.
Yeah, and so some of those are contained within the exhibits themselves. So it's referring to an Exhibit F, maintenance and repair, Exhibit H, on page 5 of 24, term 9.
Okay. So,
and then there is
it would
more.
seem to me that like I also didn't see the making the buildings be usable. Like, so it would seem to me that this should maybe be a little bit more in the agreement. Would that be possible?
They're,
Rather than-
Councilmember, they're detailed in the exhibits that are referred to by the items. Further, there's item 11D references
But it concerns me also because
a lot of these were identified.
Okay, and when will dates be added, and when will these terms be strengthened? Because I'm really very concerned, and I would like to know what we're going to do to strengthen these, strengthen the terms and include dates, so that there's really some accountability, both for the city and our responsibility, as well as for the concessionaire. It's very general terms. It's not really like nailed down. I see Heidi has her hand up, and Heidi, I would imagine you're probably the person to be answering that. So if you could answer, that would be terrific.
Through the mayor, members of council, that is one of the items that we have on our list to clean up, is some of these exhibits, some of the language, because they do need to be a little bit certain, and the duties and responsibilities of Chaparral as well as the city. So we do have, as you said, a very general layout of the responsibilities, but we did intend to have more of that shall language in there mandatory, so everyone's clear as to the duties and responsibilities.
Okay, and I would, am I correct then that would also have the timeline in order to keep things enforceable?
Through the mayor, I do have some concerns about having very detailed timelines, especially for the city. So I take the direction that you would like it to be a time frame rather than an open-ended time for performance. So it's definite. It's important to have that time frame, but I would just caution a little bit about having too many dates in there to achieve. But that's definitely something that we can incorporate into the terms.
And within those terms, will there be some kind of how should I say this? Some kind of, this is the rough time frame, and then we're going to revisit it before that time frame, because very often we wind up playing catch up, so that we can actually have a general framework that we can be stick to, that's on time, not rushing after the fact.
I think we can accommodate that in those revisions to the exhibits.
Okay, and then so when we're talking about going back to the rents, so at what point do we go back to increasing the rent? Am I correct in assuming that the rents are low because of the investment that will be required by Chaparral into the site?
Only initially, just for move-in. So yeah, the way it's structured, we had the increase in the revenue share. There wasn't an increase in the rents. We can certainly look at adding an increase on the rent side of it that keeps pace with the CPI or something like that.
Okay. Okay, I think those are my general questions for now. I may have more, but I've certainly taken time, and I know there are other council members who have questions. So I will put a pause on my questions for now, and I'll go back to possibly other questions and comments later. Thank you.
Lisa, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, my first question is, sorry, I'm losing my voice here. Could Lane, could you specify the title of Mr. Segenthaler for us? And also the letter for Panetta and the letter that followed from NPS, was there direct communication, sorry, between Congressman Panetta and Mr. Lynch? And what is the status of that communication today?
I don't know if Congressman Panetta talked directly with Mr. Joe Lynch. I know that that Mark Denon, his legislative director, talked directly with Mr. Joe Lynch. And when I talked with Mark Denon, he told me they clearly understood National Park Service's position, and they were not going to be involved anymore.
Okay, and around what time was that?
That was around December of 2021, January 2022.
Oh, wow, that was quite some time ago. Okay, and is Mr. Lynch the boss of Segenthaler? What is that reporting relationship?
I'm not sure what that reporting relationship is.
All right, but Segenthaler's title is what now?
Let me pull it up here.
Elaine, he's the regional program manager for federal lands to parks.
Okay, great, thank you.
So he's over all the federal lands parks on the West Coast.
Okay, on the resolution, it says that we are to provide a notice to vacate the MEA, and it doesn't have a timeline on there. And I think it would be important for us to specify a generous timeline in order for this not to come across like a quick eviction notice. And I don't think that's what we're talking about here. So I would like to suggest some time frame that seems a little bit more equitable and allay people's fears. Then I know that Brian specified some volunteer events or spaces that could be used. I don't see anything in the agreement that speaks to that possibility of using volunteers either in events or spaces or some of the roles that have been identified in Exhibit A. And I would suggest that we put a little bit more specified language about volunteers and the use of volunteers, that's our expectation. And how much money are we anticipating the city to put into the MEC to get it up to sort of minimal standard before handing it over?
You know, without getting in there, and we know there's going to be significant upgrades as far as ADA accessibility and accessibility to restrooms. I want to say we spent north of $70,000 over at Gloria Jean Tate Park upgrading restrooms recently. So, you know, we could be easily $250,000 of, I believe we have about 850,000 set aside in the capital improvement program at this time.
Okay, thank you. Because our city as landlords has not been so good, I want to make sure that when we have on page 10, it's page 3 of 24, that we talk about oversight for the maintenance. Who is that person going to be identified in the city? And could we not add that in? Because the more general you make it, nobody feels accountable for that. And that's been a difficulty with the city. So can we name somebody and put it into the agreement?
I'm not sure that we would want to name which director because we may change it over time, but at this point, it will be the new Parks and Recreation Director. They'll be responsible for all city parks and recreation programs. And so they will be responsible for monitoring the agreement. Now, as far as the lease or the payment of the lease, that will be the finance director. And we're working on setting up systems in place so that we can adequately ensure that the monthly lease payments are being made. And at the same time, yet the maintenance efforts would be coordinated with the public works director. So it's kind of a joint with all the directors, but primary responsibility for the contract will be the Recreation and Cultural Services Director.
Okay. If at the time when we execute this, if and when we execute such an agreement, and we kind of know that it would be the rec director, I would suggest that that be included because we always seem to fall short on maintenance and nobody seems to be overseeing these kinds of ongoing maintenance. Then the last thing is that I received a comment from an architect in on public comment. And he spoke about the preservation of historic buildings. And I'm wondering if it's the concessionaire or is it the city's prerogative to designate historical sites that we want, buildings that we want to keep preserved? And how is that process? And do we need to spell it out rather than to just, have a list of buildings, but not give priority or not say that these cannot be remodeled or they cannot be structurally modified if they're historical buildings?
So, Mayor Pro Tem, the 5 buildings that are designated as the operating area in the concession agreement are designated historic buildings on the state register. And there's language within the agreement that requires that improvements to the building will require a building permit submitted for review by the city, as well as review and approval by the State Historic Preservation Office. So that is encompassed in this agreement.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. Usually I'm pretty good at details. Are there other buildings that may not have gone through that process that we may consider and want in the future to be designated?
I would say the only other two buildings out there are a modular type building that was the former Corps of Engineers building, probably does not rate being designated a historic structure other than really poor architecture and quality.
Right.
And there's a cinder block building up on the top of the hill. You know, I don't know if that's architecturally really worth you know, a historic designation.
Right. Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Heidi, do you have input at this time?
Mayor, I do not. I should lower my hand. Sorry, thank you.
No problem. So let's go to Councilmember Christina Marina Dirksen, then we'll go back to Councilmember Berkeley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm still going to object that I believe that this is a lease and it should be considered in closed session. There's language in the concession and the request for proposal that does call it a lease. So I'm strongly objecting that we're talking about terms in public like this on property. I do have questions I have many, many questions, but I'm going to start with a very simple question with, I'd like to know who provided us the options that we're considering tonight. Was this options that staff generated, or was this options that only that had to be approved by the NPS, or did NPS provide us these options?
Elaine, you want me to take that one, or?
Yeah, sure, Brian.
So NPS provided the 4 options in their letter of disposition of the property or how the property would be handled. The recommendation option came came from the direction under the council approved resolution late last year. And then there were a couple of other options I presented that were developed in consultation with the National Park Service. You know, one, let me look here real quick.
I'll speak to that. So like if the council did not want to approve the concessionaire agreement, but say wanted to move forward with developing the property just as a public park, and that's different than the program of utilization. But the National Park Service, we think they would be willing to sit down and have that discussion. But what they told us absolutely is we have to get the park under compliance. So under that option, the council said, you know, we don't want to move forward with the concessionaire agreement, but we need to still terminate the contract with MEA, and then NPS, if we had a proposal to them for a different public park and recreation use, they would be willing to entertain it.
Is there room for other options is my question. If we have other options in mind, is it correct that I'm trying to phrase it as a question. Do all our options have to be approved by NPS? Do we have any discretion here with what we'd like to do?
The program of utilization for the park has to be approved by the NPS. So we can't dictate the use. Anything that we come up with has to be approved by them. Their issue is that we are in non-compliance. We have been in non-compliance for years because we are continuing to allow private boarding when they have been telling us for decades that we cannot have that private boarding.
How is private boarding of horses belonging to a corporation any different than horses belonging to a nonprofit or people who belong to? I'm having a huge problem understanding, and perhaps you can hear. My question is, how can a private company with private horses board their private horses on public property? If you followed me, how is it any different than what's occurring? And my follow-up question is, how does the NPS know that we are not in compliance? If it stands from last year's point that I asked, has it been more than 20 years that NPS has been to our facility to see how we have operated? Is that still the case?
As far as I know, 2008 was the last time David Siegenthaler, but I'm not positive with that.
Once again, how does they know that we're out of compliance then? If they don't know firsthand what we are doing and how different is what we were about to enter into than what we are currently doing. And I'm not questioning RFPs or anything like that. I'm just really trying to narrow my understanding of this concession agreement as a contract. Is it that we go into contract versus not?
So since 2008 that I know of, maybe before that, Terry Seacrest, our passed away, our former Recreation and Cultural Services Director, he has been in discussion with David Siegenthaler over the years, and he has let them know what the use that's going on in the park, and it has not been in compliance. And as we have worked in trying to develop a program of utilization, excuse me, over time, that issue has been clarified. And so to answer your questions directly, back in September last year, David, in the whole discussion on use of the Equestrian Center, David Siegenthaler answered 3 or 4 page questions to answer what you've asked there about the difference between Marina Equestrian Association using the park and a private concessionaire using the park. And they've addressed that. Joel Lynch has addressed that in his letter. Mr. Siegenthaler has addressed that in communications with Congressman Panetta's office. So they've addressed that thoroughly. And those letters explain it far better than I can.
I have read the letters, and I'm just going to object to that because I still don't understand this. I still don't understand the back and forth, but as we are probably going off topic, my question was very pointed though. How is this concessionaire a private company, a corporation, which the Constitution has found to be a person, able to run this operation? I just don't understand that.
Well, a concessionaire, like any concessionaire with the National Park Service, it's the use of it. And so the use of the park has to be for public recreation use. It's not dependent on whether it's a nonprofit corporation, whether it's a for-profit corporation, or if it's a city. The restrictions are based on it has to be, the use of it has to be a public use. Private boarding by MEA is not a public use and is a use that is not allowed. And that's the difference. Chaparral, in those, every 100% of their use of that is going to be for a public use. The primary use of MEA with horses up there is private boarding. That is a private use, and that is not a public use of a public park. And those are what the letters and all those responses by Joe Lynch and David Siegenthaler have all addressed.
Okay, I appreciate your answer. I don't see it the same way. I'm going to go back to Brian. How much did you say that the Marina Equestrian Association pays a month? I have $17.80 a month. Is that correct?
Yes, that sounds correct. Yes.
And the difference they pay, we're going to pay, the concessionaire would pay less because you want to give them a little bit of get off the ground time. Is that correct?
In that first 6 months, but with the concessionaire revenues in that first period here, they do come up to what that 1780 would be. And that's based on, their pro forma and their proposal and what they anticipate for their programs generating revenue. Some of the council members have raised questions about that, and looking at putting an escalator into the rent itself, should that, to cover the city, should that not materialize. And that's something that we can definitely entertain.
Well, I don't want to talk contract terms, but since one organization is a nonprofit and the other is a for-profit, it makes no sense not to, in my mind,
You have a
to.
question, Christina, do you have a question right now?
Does the fact that one's a for-profit and the other a nonprofit make any difference in how much we charge for rent?
I don't believe that was a consideration.
My next question has to do with the boarding, the survey. I think it's the survey that had the lead-based paint in the buildings. Gosh, is it not exhibit H? It is survey of, no, I'm sorry. Let me grab the exhibit. Must be an exhibit A somewhere.
Exhibit E to
Exhibit
the
E.
agreement, It's exhibit E to exhibit A.
See, that's confusing.
Starting on page 39 of the staff report.
Thank you. This is an asbestos survey report in Exhibit A that has where asbestos and a few pages later lead-based paint is. Do we have, is it correct or is it true that horses will be boarded in these buildings? And or is it true that horses will be boarded in buildings with historic significance? Perhaps that could be a question for the concessionaire.
I would say it's a possibility, yes.
Horses would be built. Are you saying it's a possibility that horses would be housed in historic buildings?
It's possible that they could be, yes.
Then my
In
next
the-
question. My next question.
In
Go
the
ahead.
historic buildings, yes.
Then my next question is for legal, Ms. Quinn. Are there some is there some requirements as to when you have historic buildings, how they must be maintained, and or do we have liability? Might we incur liability if a horse was injured or ill because of the conditions of lead-based paint or asbestos in our buildings?
Through the mayor, the draft contract does have provisions for waiver and indemnification for the condition of the property and disclosure as well.
What does that mean?
It means that the contract does have provisions that disclose the condition of the property and ask Chaparral to waive claims against the city.
Is there any other? I'm a little troubled by that. We may be off the hook for liability, but a horse might die because of a condition that is unsafe for humans, should be unsafe for horses.
No, we've also included the disclosure of the property conditions.
Okay.
And also the horses aren't being boarded there. I mean, it's a little bit, because we've gotten caught up in the terminology of boarding, they're stabled there they're open for public use, but they're stabled. So I don't want to get confused that they're allowed to board in a way that's different than MEA.
Okay. Back to Mr. McMinn. I'm looking at page 1 of the concession agreement. It talks about the location. And one of my concerns is how well the property was inventoried, because there are, for example, horse stalls
will horse stalls be still in place? And because I'm under, are they the possession of the MEA? Do you have an inventory of what belonged to the MEA? Sorry, everybody, that's the Marina Equestrian Association. Do you have an inventory of what belonged to them and what didn't? Because that's my question.
We have the inventory that was in the operating agreement with the MEA. I believe that was the 1998 agreement. And so that's the inventory that we had to work off of. There are provisions in the operating agreement with the MEA regarding improvements to the equestrian center. And so that is what we would be working off of. When we did the inventory for this agreement, if there was any gray area or anything that might be contested, we didn't include it as something that the city was basically promising that the concessionaire would have use of. So they're two separate issues, and I think the one is going to have to be worked through with the MEA prior to seeing if we have to modify the inventory to any extent with the Chaparral Country Corporation if the concessionaire agreement is approved.
So am I hearing you correctly that the last time inventory was done was in 1998 with the MEA?
That's the inventory we have in the agreement. We did walk through more recently with Chaparral and MEA members present, and did the inventory in, I want to say it's Exhibit H to the concession agreement, the draft concession agreement. And then I think part of that was also moved over to also a Exhibit F. So page 70, and then beginning at page 74 kind of encompasses that.
Okay, I'll have to look into that a little closer. Page 14, I'm sorry, page 7 of 24 of the concession agreement. Concessionaire acknowledged that MEC Park is subject to the possibility of reversion without improvements, without compensation to the USA. Does that meaning the US Department of Interior, or what does the USA mean?
That's the United States government. So that's the clause in there should any of the four options there that were outlined by National Park Service, basically be invoked. And that's to cover the city in that instance.
Okay, 2 more questions. These are from Ms. Quinn. Since a year has lapsed between the time the agreement, the concessionaire was selected and now, in your experience in contracts, in agreements, in between that time of when it is proposed and when it is accepted, what would you consider material changes to the material information that may or may not, that should be considered? Would litigation, investigations by outside organizations, governmental organizations, or was there a duty for the said concessionaire to give us updated information? So I guess it's a 3-pronged question, which is, in your experience with contracts, between the time that they're drafted and when they're accepted, should either party, what kind of material information should be communicated that may or may not change the outcome?
Through the mayor, through the mayor and council, I think that's a difficult question. Where council left off, council selected and determined that this concessionaire was the most qualified and directed staff to negotiate agreement, which it's been doing. So I think information that the council would have to determine what was material to make that concessionaire no longer qualified.
Would something such as a COVID-19 has had differ in your contract, in your experience, a big occurrence such as COVID changing the business environment, might that be something that should be reconsidered at all? And or what grounds might there be for reconsidering?
Through the mayor, I'm not sure how COVID-19 would play into into this particular item, because the RFP was generated, the concessionaire was selected in January of 2021. I think that's when the bids were due, in January 2021, which was kind of in the middle of COVID, and then the concessionaire selected in the fall of 2021, and then staff has been negotiating with Chaparral since that time. So I'm not sure how COVID-19 would play into that analysis.
Only because companies received PP, only because, I guess I'm responding to your question, only because companies may have received PPE loans and changing in economic status for many different companies.
But
Okay.
if I can jump in here, so like, are you saying, so like in the past year, if it's become a fact that Chaparral is committing fraud in one of their other companies or businesses. So as your question is, in the past year, we are aware that they're committing fraud or some other crime or something inappropriate. So are you asking then, is that a factor that the council should consider in whether or not to approve this agreement? Is that kind of what you're asking?
Kind of, yeah, generally, yes, I am, because we may have some, again, items I'd wish to talk in closed session about, but we may have a change in what was represented, and we may have a change in things that I consider I fear might hold us liable for other action. I'm trying to explain. I fear that we may be in a very different position than we were last year when we made this decision. There may be some material new information. And I guess that what's the question? The question is, what is material?
Are you asking me what's material?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I through the mayor, I think it's what Lane would indicate if there was evidence of fraud or wrongdoing or some type of bad action, that made you really question the qualifications of the concessionaire.
How would we know this? Would this be something that comes to the attention of the city manager, or how would we know this?
Right, if any member of the public or the council had any information like this, yes, they'd forward it to us, and we would certainly investigate and look at it.
That said, city manager, I did forward a letter of concern on Friday. I guess this is questions. My letters of concern to you about some of the allegation, my letters of concern included some concerns about legal action. Were those looked into?
Yes, Heidi Quinn looked at those. And I think based on that, we didn't, well, I won't speak for Heidi. So I mean, those are things you want to discuss in public, or is that something you don't want to discuss in public?
I'd rather speak about them in closed session. Yes, I don't want to allege anything that is outside improper, that I only know that I've read some legal cases and some very pointed, concerning information, and I would feel much more comfortable talking about this in closed session.
Through the mayor, I don't see a ground to bring this into closed session, even though the RFP, it's a little bit confusing because the RFP is titled as a lease. This property cannot be leased. So this is an operation agreement. So it is an agreement. It was also a public bid in which the proposer gave numbers forward. So this was already open for discussion in public. Even if it had been a lease of real property, council discussion in closed session would be limited to price and terms of payment. So you wouldn't be able to discuss all of these other issues. The letter that was received on Friday is a public record, right? Anything that's sent to the city, retained by the city, it's probably in that binder of comments that's open to the public. So those comments have been made, and staff did go through and look at those comments and analyze them, confirm whether they were factually correct or not.
So you're saying staff has vetted this information?
Staff did respond to the comments that were raised.
What does that mean? Did they investigate it? Do we know it to be correct? Did we have an answer? What does that mean?
So like on your email, you raised the issue of the lawsuit filed in Superior Court. And Heidi Quinn has already addressed that. And we didn't have issues or concerns about that. Trying to go through the other issues you raised.
I will go there then. There was, did you look into the ongoing safety inspection by OSHA regarding an occupational safety and OSHA catastrophic incident at the Golden Gate Park facility?
No. Go ahead, Heidi.
Well, and through the mayor, I mean, there's several ways that you could handle this. You could direct further analysis. I can provide a memo. I can tell you in this meeting, I did confirm that, yes, there is an OSHA complaint, but it's an investigation. So there hasn't been a determination that there is a violation. The citation is not available to review. So the only thing that we know is that at another facility, a complaint was filed, but we don't have any more information than that. But it's correct. There is an OSHA complaint.
Would we be incurring, I'm just concerned about I'm concerned about that matter because if we go into contract with this operator, what if there is a change in their financial circumstances? What would happen then?
Well, as far as the change in financial circumstances, I believe the city already had a financial review of the feasibility of this concessionaire. So that's one item. I think there is also some breach provisions in the agreement for bankruptcy. Or a material breach of any of the terms of this agreement is grounds to terminate it for a material breach. So there are some other protections in the agreement.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
I'm
welcome.
done.
Thank you, Christina. Let's go to Councilmember Berkeley.
I actually had a number of a few more questions, but I actually have some comments that I want to respond to, but I know that that's not where we are in our order. So can you please remind me, we're going to complete questions now and then go to public comment and then give comment. Is that correct?
Almost. Our process is to ask questions, make a motion, give comment, go to the public, come back, and more comment.
Okay.
Questions.
Okay. I need to go back and find my questions. I think Councilmember Burnett had some other questions, and let me go back then and get out of my comment section and get to my questions. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a couple of quick questions, I hope. Let's see, in page 34 of our packet, it's labeled Exhibit B site map. It's also labeled Exhibit A, but I think it's Exhibit B of Exhibit A. There's a hand-drawn map that roughly outlines the mapping of the various parcels that make up the site. There is, A, B, C, D. And what I want to get confirmation is that the agreement that we're talking about is the 13.176 acres that comprise identified object C and D on the map only. The other parcels are not part of this agreement?
Councilmember, what's in the agreement or the concessionaire area is the area on that map, area D, as well as area C, the thing that's designated as the Monterey County Animal Shelter, and then a portion of existing paved parking lot.
Yes,
on the
that's my question.
southern portion of area B, just south of what is labeled as the Corps of Engineers building.
Yes, and what I want to ensure is that the paved parking area of B is maintained as public access, that once the concessionaire is in place, that parking lot remains access to the public, that it does not fall under this agreement, or that if it is under the agreement, that we add provisions because that's the only real parking in this site. So I want to make sure that there's language that keeps that parking area open for folks that maybe they want to picnic in sections E or F, if we were to designate that there is sufficient parking, and also that the concessionaire doesn't store or put materials in the parking lot, closing down the available parking spaces.
So there, Councilmember, there are terms in here regarding parking and parking restrictions, and I'm trying to locate them exactly, but basically the city will maintain the parking areas, and that the city has to approve any parking restrictions that are proposed for any of the parking areas in the itself.
Okay, so is there any need, do you see a need to add language to the contract that specifies that parking area shall remain public access, or is that pretty much understood?
I think under term 2F, parking areas shall be made available to the public. Any parking restrictions proposed by concessionaire must be reviewed and approved by the city prior to implementing changes.
Okay, that sounds understandable to me. Okay, now jumping back to page, this is identified as page 13 or page 6 of 24 in the original concession agreement. So we're talking about item 11D, and it reads, the city shall provide repairs and upgrades to infrastructure designated in Exhibit H in a timely manner within available funding available to city. After the repairs and upgrades, concessionaire and at its own expense shall be responsible for maintenance of the infrastructure as designated in Exhibit H. Do you see a need to add a similar paragraph for the concessionaire that he would, complete the upgrades or complete whatever he's going to do in a timely manner? Is there any reason to add any wording that would delineate or at least define that there's some expectation that this would be done sooner rather than later?
That sounds like a reasonable addition. It's kind of similar terms.
Okay. Also, would it be, my understanding is that the city is maintaining ownership and the city is under obligations due to our FORA constrictions related to prevailing wage. But since the property did not come to the city because of the FORA, it had nothing to do with FORA. This was an agreement between the city and the NPS that the prevailing wage provision might not necessarily apply, but I'm just wondering, is there a need to add language that the concessionaire shall abide by prevailing wage?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that I have the answer without looking into that a little bit.
But my assumption with that, it's similar like our airport properties. Any project the city does, we are responsible to repay prevailing wages. But tenant improvements that are done at the airport, whether Light Motion, Joby, or whatever, those tenant improvements, they don't have to do it at our prevailing wage. But those projects that we do, we are required to do that.
Okay, I think. Well, let me ask Heidi. So, as this is not a contract and this is not a lease, this is an operating agreement. Does the provisions that normally would apply to a contractor who does have a lease, as regards to prevailing wage, does an operating agreement differ from say a lease agreement in that these conditions are transferable or assumed by the lessor or the operator of the agreement?
Through the mayor, that's a great question. And I think that even though this is an operating agreement and not a lease, if we're going to put obligations on the concessionaire that they would be making improvements, that is going to be a question about prevailing wages. In most of the city contracts, we usually have a provision that puts the onus on the contractor or tenant or concessionaire to determine if prevailing wages apply and to apply them to comply with laws. So we can certainly craft something like that to cover the city in that case, and we can look into that a little bit further as well.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley. Go ahead, Lane.
And I think I did misspeak about the airport. Yet they are required to do prevailing wage. I was thinking about something else, but they are required to do that. And so I think Heidi's proposal would definitely cover your question there.
Actually, that a lot of that was where one of my questions was regarding prevailing wage. I do have, though, an additional question regarding the property, and the ownership of possessions, the list on page 70, Exhibit F under personal property. And I'm wondering about equipment that may be out there, like tractors and other vehicles for usage on the property, if those would be included. Would it be possible for us to go out to really do a very thorough reevaluation to include and look at any and all equipment that may be there that belongs to the city?
Yes, Councilmember, I think kind of in line with the response previously, I think that would definitely be appropriate if council takes action to provide notice to MEA and we work through what's theirs, what remains. But to promise those types of things that are kind of in question or contested, then we would basically be putting the city in a position of maybe promising something that we're not going to provide.
Okay, you broke up a little bit, but I think I caught the gist of it. Okay, I think I am complete now for my questions. Let me just look for one more. Okay, we talked about the acreage and the use of the property, the contract for 5 years. And this is also regarding the contract, since it is a 5-year contract, do we have, in this new version of it, do we have a, rather than an automatic renewal after 5 years, that there will be a reevaluation period included in that, rather than just an assumed will renew after 5 years?
Just waiting for Brian, but it's an option to renew. And so if the city did not want to renew, we do not have to renew.
So term 5 on page 4 of 24 covers renewal, and it's a mutually agreed upon by the parties. So we have to be in an agreement to renew it.
Okay, and so that would be, would that go on a consent item, or it would be an item for discussion after 5 years?
Yeah, I would think we would want to evaluate the whole contract, the performance of the contract, the terms of the contract, relook at the financials. One of the things that is required is they have to provide us monthly financials, and we would want to look at that and look at the revenues that are coming in, their expenditures. And so, yeah, I would think we would want to reevaluate everything before we considered any type of extension of the contract.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think I am complete with my questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Would someone like to make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock?
I'll make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock, that we go until completion of this item.
Councilmember Burnett?
Second?
Okay. All right. Can we have a roll call, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biella,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Let's
Hang in
continue with Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 3 questions. One of the options spelled out in the NPS letter was about us, the city, buying out the property from NPS. And I know that, Lane, you said you don't have a figure, but I really would like you to make an estimated guess, because if we could afford $1 million, but we can't afford $10 million, I think it makes a big difference for us to know if these options are feasible for us. Do you have any idea?
You know, I really don't. I would have to. I think the mayor's question earlier on is the value assessed at park and recreation space value, or is it based on some other value? I really don't know. It could be it could be $1 million. It could be up to 50, 75 million.
Right. And I think we need to know that.
Yeah, I'd have to follow that up with the National Park Service and get a better sense of that.
Okay. And that will also impact my 3rd question, but second one, on page 2 of 24 of the agreement, there is the issue of rentals. Let me just find it here. I can't find it, but it's 1E, areas and stalls. And it says, sorry, I'm really, stalls on the northwest portion of MEC Park may be made available for limited short-term rentals to visitors after public use has been maximized to the full extent by the concessionaire. Such rentals shall require a written agreement, are limited to less than 60 days in duration, and are not subject to renewals. Just because we've come out of a phase in which there was some question about priorities of renters, can we put in there that the rentals are at market price? And if we wanted to make exceptions to some of these, that we can build that in later. But I don't want to give the impression that we might subsidize certain horse owners. That there's an assumption that this is part of the overall picture.
So let me be sure I understand your question. So under the contract, they're allowed boarding for short-term boarding, and you're asking that, can we require that if they do that boarding, that it be at market rate
Right.
values?
Right.
My assumption is that they would do that at market rate values. They're going to try, if they boarded, they would try to maximize. I'm not sure why they would want to subsidize boarding.
Right. It's only because of the history of what we have been doing that just might be a little bit more clear that this is a very different thing than what we were doing before. But anyway, take that into consideration. And my last question is, if I vote no on the resolution, the motion as as put in this staff report, does that mean that I am voting to say that the city will not comply with NPS and that it will automatically revert to one of those four options that was spelled in the Lynch letter? Is that what my no vote will say? I need to be very clear about what I'm voting on.
Yeah, I think it depends on the context of the no. If it's a no vote,
yes,
not approve the contract, and the council does not give any direction to change anything with MEA, then I think that that the National Park Service would move forward with their involuntary transfer of the property.
Okay, but I don't
Based on their
understand,
letters.
Lane, I don't understand what you just said. If it means that unless we do something else with MEA, what is that something else? That's not in the motion, and I have no idea how to vote on this then.
So what the National Park Service wants is compliance on the property.
Right.
And compliance on the property right now is there is private boarding. And so if the council were to vote no on the contract and vote to terminate the contract with MEA that would stop the private boarding of the property, then I think that is something that the National Park Service would say, okay, we're moving forward and getting the property compliant, because the first step was taken to eliminate the non-compliance private boarding part of it. And then I think they would say, okay, city, what do you want to do?
Right, but we have no alternative. We have, if we say no, that we're going to not have MEA on the property, but we say no to the Chaparral contract, we essentially have no other reason.
Do you have a question, Kathy?
Yes, my original question was, if I vote no, what does that mean? I'm trying to figure out what Lane's answer is, please.
So my understanding of talking with them is that the primary request of the National Park Service, when they said this is their final request, is they want the property to be in compliance. And right now, private boarding is what is making that property out of compliance. We have other National Park Service properties like the Water City roller hockey and the pool. And we are moving forward in a direction. They aren't being used for private business or private use. And as long as we're moving forward on developing those as a public use, they're willing to work with us. What they are not willing to work with us anymore is the continued non-compliance of allowing private boarding.
Okay, so if we had no contract with Chaparral, that would be fine with MPS, as long as MEA was not there because they represent the non-compliance portion. Is that correct?
I believe it would, but then I think the National Park Service would say, okay, what are your plans moving forward to keep this property a public and recreation use? And they would want to know what our future plans are for the property. And that may be a future discussion with the National Park Service.
Wow. Okay, so we'd only be going with half. The resolution as it stands can be split up. We can just split it into two so that we have two motions. Do we support the Chaparral contract? And the next vote is, do we not support the MEA being there? Right? And you're saying we could say that we agree that MEA should not be there, but we could go ahead and say, no, we're not going to agree to the Chaparral contract. And that would be okay with MPS.
Yes, I think MPS would view that as a positive step forward of bringing these properties into compliance with National Park Service regulations, because we are terminating the private boarding use, which is the non-compliance issue that is the problem right now with the property.
Okay, I think what we end up, now I'll save my comment to when we're doing comments, that's all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Lane, can we go and, oh, I'm sorry, Heidi, do you have input at this time, Heidi? I saw your hand up.
No, Mayor, I do not.
Heidi and Lane and everybody else, can we go to Exhibit H, which is Congressman Panetta's letter? It says that, and I have a question, I want to read it and then question. The 1998 quitclaim deed, the 1998 program of utilization, all allowed for some long-term boarding. Is that a correct statement?
Trying to find where that is in the letter.
Last paragraph, first page, first sentence. 1998 quitclaim deed, the 1998 program of utilization, et cetera, all allowed for some long-term boarding. Is that a correct statement?
I'm not positive, but what was David Siegenthaler's response to that? I don't know if that is that's just a letter from Congressman Panetta. I'd have to see what Mr. Siegenthaler's response is to say if that's accurate or not.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm not speaking to the 1998 documents, but
Well, that was my
program of
question.
utilization. I can't speak to the 2013 program of utilization that City
No,
Council.
I didn't mention the 2013 program of utilization. I mentioned the 1998 program of utilization. Okay. So we don't know the answer if that's correct. Let's go to the bottom of that paragraph. That 1998 program of utilization included a 60-horse self-care boarding facility and was approved by Gary Musterman, who was the MPS regional coordinator for the Federal Lands to Parks program at that time. Is that a correct statement?
If they're taking it directly from that document, I'm assuming it is.
Okay, so if we assume it was correct, that the program of utilization was approved with 60-horse self-care boarding facility, then maybe we might object to the current interpretation. But my question on that is, what legal venue do we go to to object if we think A, there's a poor written record, and B, that these statements are true? Where is the place that we go? What's the venue where we object to the 2019 interpretation, which was the first time in writing that we were told that only short-term boarding would be allowed? So where do we go to object if we object?
I do not know. I know that from
Heidi, do you
Congressman
know?
Panetta, Congressman Panetta was reaching out to the National Park Service office in Washington, D.C., and whoever he reached out to, assuming he thought it was the appropriate place to get the answer.
Okay, so is there like a lands appeal board? I mean, who hears these kinds of conflicts if there was a conflict? Do we go to Superior Court? Where do we go?
Mayor, if you're asking me, I think what happens is the city does not bring the property into compliance. The NPS or GSA acts for reversion, and then the city would have to file some type of injunctive relief.
Okay, thank you. All right. That's the only question I have, short of comments. So let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley, and thank you, Lisa, for being patient.
Thank you. Sorry that I'm back with some questions, but I do have a couple of questions. So this is for council. If we negate the RFP where we have already awarded Chaparral as the concessionaire, doesn't that open us up to a lawsuit?
Council member, in all our concession agreements are RFPs for agreements. There's a clause in there that says that the city, does not have to enter into an agreement as a result of the request for proposals.
Okay.
So Brian, is it true that we haven't awarded the contract? We haven't awarded anything yet. Is that true or false?
I'll take exception to the term award. We have not approved or entered into an agreement with the concessionaire.
But we have selected them, and I'd be curious, also from a legal perspective on this.
I'm always, through the mayor, hesitant to have these types of discussions in a public meeting. I'll just say that the city can always be sued. There's no insulation against litigation.
Okay. And then am I correct in my understanding, though, when the mayor was talking about the POU, that the NPS never approved the 1998 POU? Is that correct? The program of utilization? Hello?
Right, Brian, can you respond to that?
I'm going to need time to go back to a previous binder to see if I can research the 1998 agreements. I know more recently the 2013 program of utilization.
That one was approved by by NPS, correct?
They took exception to some specific language in there regarding private long-term boarding of horses.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. So maybe I should rephrase this because maybe I'm not being clear. So my understanding is that first, that the 2013 program of utilization overrides the 1998 program of utilization. That's one thing. And then the second thing is that the 1998 program of utilization was never approved by the National Park Service.
don't think the 2013 was ever approved either. Well, at least the 2013 was not approved. I don't know about the 1998.
Yeah, I can read.
thought that the 2013 was, I'm sorry, Lane, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. Because I thought that somebody said earlier that the program of utilization, the 2013 program of utilization was approved with revisions. And even Brian just made reference to this by the national parks. So the 2013 was approved with revisions.
Yes, so I'm referring to the letter from an email from David Siegenthaler to Mark Dannon on January 19th, 2020, in the third paragraph that says the 2013 program of utilization approved by the city council prior to submission to the NPS for review contained a component that was not approved by NPS. That component was private long-term boarding, which we explicitly pointed out is not a public recreation use of the site. Many other aspects of the 2013 program of utilization NPS did/does support.
Okay. 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 So I think that addresses my other questions. I think now we're going to comments. So I will hold my comments until after we hear from the public then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we not approve the lease with Chaparral Country, and that we direct staff to discuss with National Park Service the other options, such as getting an appraisal at fair market value and other options that they list. That motion would die for a lack of second.
No, I would second it. I'm sorry. I would second it. I had a question. I had my hands up.
Okay, so now we can have substitute motions and we can have.
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Burnett.
That we do approve the selection of Chaparral as defined in the agenda, and that we continue to revise the operating agreement with the items that have been discussed this evening, and ask staff to come back with a updated agreement for discussion and final approval.
I'd like to second that, but with a substitute motion on that.
Or whatever.
Or,
You
I'm
want to make
sorry,
a
I'm sorry, an amendment. I apologize. With an amendment.
Yes.
Okay, so that we accept the recommended agreement, and that we direct staff to do the following: to first visit and do appropriate inventory of all items, that we increase the base rent once improvements are completed by year 2, and that rent should be kept in line with some type of index, that rent should never fall below fair rental value after the first 6 months. That we should include historic preservations of buildings to highlight their historic importance. And we should include, as part of item 11D, which is on page 13 of the current document, that we have improvements to be made by the concessionaire in detail with a timeline similar to what we did with the city there. That we include prevailing wage as a requirement for all work done on the property, that be listed. That we include that the parking lots be usable by all park visitors, that we have staff come back to us with these revisions within 30 days and give notice by October 1st, and give it so that it's a 90-day notification for evacuation. and that on January 1st of 2023, Chaparral can begin their new concessionaire, serve as our new concessionaire.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to withdraw my motion, and I would like to second Councilmember Berkeley's motion.
Great. Okay, so now I'm sorry, let's go to Brian McMinn for input.
I have hesitancy to say that we're going to be able to come back within 30 days with what is requested. As far as inventory, some of that is contingent upon the state of the concession area once, if directed MEA vacates the property. There's provisions for, what we've heard from council that we want, an equitable time frame for that. And also there's going to be a certain amount of estimating and agreeing on what types of improvements need to be made.
So there was correspondence in the staff report from Gail and Lane, from Siegenthaler. I don't remember exactly what page, but the key here is that it was talking about giving notice so that we're able to give notice then by November, maybe September 10th, that this will be occurring. And the timeline then would be, if you can make a recommendation then of what is a realistic but not overly exaggerated timeline.
Second holds.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala. You're muted, Kathy. Kathy, you're muted.
Sorry, my voice is really going, so I'll see how long I can last here. I want to also see if you would include another amendment that is more blanket, because there are some other things that were brought up that are not included in Lisa's long list. If we can just also say that the staff would consider the other issues that were brought up for this motion, so that it can cover some of the other things, like the issue of volunteers and how they will be used in the operational services. So if we could cover, just add in a little bit more of a broader scope that will allow the staff to incorporate other things that have been suggested.
I just want to, there were a lot of things discussed tonight. Could you be a little more specific?
The issue of volunteers.
Yes, I agree.
The rentals at market price.
I mentioned those ones.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you did on the volunteers too?
Oh, not the volunteers, no. So we include the volunteers. That's terrific. Okay.
Okay. And and you did say about the preservation, I think.
I did, and I said,
yes.
And the rent, I said, should not fall below fair rental value.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just not tracking so well that it was a long list. Okay, I think those were the major things. Okay. So I think I'm okay then, and maybe you've covered it all.
Okay.
And
I can still hold to those amendments.
And the 90 days of vacation of the MEA. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah. And you said that, right? You said 60 to 90 days. Yeah.
90 days. And then to be more clear, then that we give notice and that we, like, as soon as possible, and then bring it back in 45 days and the inventory can be added after. Does that give you the time you need, Brian?
I think as long as we can do the inventory after, and maybe at that time also, agree to what improvements are going to be. I think that will give us time we'll see what the condition of the facilities are and identify those.
Okay, so if we give notice on like September 10th, and then we can come back in 45 days when the inventory can be added later then, and whatever needs to be added.
I would say that we should try to do the inventory after MEA has vacated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the only concern is we want to be sure that the things that are the city's property stay with the city. And so if we do inventory after they've vacated, we want to just be clear on what's, that what's ours stays with us.
I would say that staff is going to do that,
Okay.
but it's not the same issue as related to this concession agreement. That's something we have to work through with MEA
Okay.
and do our our job in that respect, and then that will inform the final inventory that goes into the concession agreement.
Okay, so then I guess to be clear then that we do give notice on September 10th, which will give us the full 90 days after that, and then time for everything that needs to happen to occur so that inventory can be done after the MEA has evacuated, and then the time for Chaparral to come in.
All right. I'd like to make a couple of comments. I'm reading
So
Congressman.
I'm sorry.
I have the floor here. I'm reading Congressman Panetta's letter to the National Park Service. Quote, I write to respectfully request City Council Marina be allowed to make its own decision when it comes to any long-term horse boarding at the Marina Equestrian Center. For over 2 decades, the NPS and City of Marina allowed and encouraged some long-term boarding as a component. The park's creation and existence as a community-centered public horse park is an important part of history. The original vision and deed for the MEC was for equestrian use and included some long-term boarding. The letter goes on, but basically we have a congressman urging the government to work with City of Marina to approve a new concessionaire agreement. And we are thinking that we're forced to go a route because staff that hasn't been there since 2007 or 8 has an interpretation that is not borne out in writing until 2019. So I believe that we are being forced to fail if we go with an out-of-town for-profit corporation. And the reason I asked Brian a couple of questions regarding volunteers during question time was because for 27 years, the volunteer group has been putting on large events because they have dedication to the site to expect that public park, which is used by more people than any other park that we have, is going to maintain 30 to 40 volunteers in the future under a for-profit corporation who is charging high prices that most marina people cannot afford. Whereas right now, lessons are practically free, tours are practically free. We are giving a gut punch to the volunteer group and to our community by taking this important asset out of our own hands and giving it to two people who have just acquired 1 or 2 other such parks. So they're going to be spread thin. We will be the southernmost location of their 3 or 4 parks that they're managing for profit. And I do not believe it's likely they will make a profit. And we'll be back here in about a year with nobody at the Equestrian Center and a failed for-profit venue that leaves town because they can't make enough money to pay their staff because there's not enough market that's going to accommodate their high-priced activities. So I think that this National Park Service, if we were to go with the original motion, they would work with us, because if they were to tell us, no, we'd rather have nobody there doing nothing than having a volunteer group with private horses serving the public while we figure this out, that would be spiting our community and spiting ourselves. And I don't think that the National Park Service would be spiteful. I think that they would agree to work through the fair market value or other options we have if we do what the congressman suggested, that we, the City of Marina, be allowed to make our own decision when it comes to any long-term horse boarding at the Marina Equestrian Center. And that's why I made my original motion. Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Thank you. I empathize with where you're coming from, Mr. Mayor. And I also know that Congressman Panetta is just one person. The National Park Service is a federal agency, and they hold this across the board. They're not going to play into politics and political persuasion. So a congressman can't unilaterally change federal law. It just doesn't work that way. Now, the NPS letter actually refuted Panetta's letter. So we were really working with a public agency whose long-term good is to be protecting public lands, to protect equity, and make it be sure that there is public parks for the entire nation. So one particular congressperson's potentially political perspective is not enough to change something. I also am under the understanding that Congressman Panetta has changed as he learned more about our current situation, that he's changed his perspective. My understanding is that the congressman was unaware when he wrote that letter that we had already awarded an RFP, or were in the process of awarding an RFP, and that we had already selected a concessionaire. And actually, my understanding, and city manager, if you could let me know if I'm correct on this, but my understanding is that the congressman in no way wanted to override a city council's local decision. It's not his job to do that. So if we continue in the direction that we have started, we will have wonderful volunteers stepping in, and we can build it as a fabulous, fabulous center. Additionally, this is not a new thing. This is a conversation that we have been having for years. And when we hear people talk about what's going to happen to their horses, if people were actually paying attention and listening, they would understand that it would be likely that they would have to leave, and should be all ready for at least a year, if not more, because this has been this way since 98? This has been public knowledge by anybody with the MEA. So this is not like a new thing. And the MEA, it's only within the past few years that they've been volunteering, when they were actually given notice that this was going to be coming up, that we were serious as a city because we wanted to keep a public park. So it's only in response to that that the MEA has gotten it together to be doing the wonderful events they're doing. Now, hopefully, the members of the MEA will say, you know, Chaparral, you've got the concessionaire. Let us work with you, because we are doing good in our community and we want to continue volunteering and working in our community. So I'm really hoping that members of the MEA will work with Chaparral. And I thank everyone for the hard work that they've done. This has been a very difficult process that we've gone through. And it's time to move on, though. Thank you.
Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I find it troubling that we have, almost feels like we've made a decision without listening to the 65 people in attendance here. Councilmember Berkeley, it sounds like it's a done deal, and I feel embarrassed as a public servant that 65 people who waited, since 6:30 are probably feeling quite discouraged at this moment, that we have not listened to them. We have not. And whether it's a decision that was made, and I'm going to go on record, I was against this last year for the same reasons that I am today. And that is, there is not enough information. I specifically asked for financial information. I specifically asked to see information. If we can go into an agreement, if we can have a public, a hotel that we talk about behind closed doors, the terms and things that are going to change the nature of our community, we at least need to know who we're dealing with. And I am quite appalled at this conversation. I think that enough time has lapsed that we need to do better due diligence. I have not seen anything in writing about the lawsuits that are mounting. I have not seen anything financially. Their tax return wasn't even signed. Excuse me. I've not seen any certificates of insurance. I've not seen anything that gives me any sense of confidence in the decision that some of us are attempting to make right now. And yes, I'm going to shame you all, because I think that we're going in the wrong direction here. Yes, we're giving a jewel. We have a jewel with community there, we're going to be, I'm going to laugh that some are going to say that, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, that volunteers are going to be there. No, they won't. For a for-profit organization, I'm a community volunteer, and I love giving back to my community. And the number one thing that I hold in my heart is being a volunteer. Why would anybody give their money to a for-profit organization? And at least one with some ratings on various Yelp reviews that are atrocious. There's an OSHA investigation for fatality. There is a class action lawsuit for, I will go there, for lost wages. There are multiple things that I am not comfortable with. And I have said, I have objected to the conversation that we've had tonight, because I think this is an agreement. This is a lease agreement. This is property that we're talking about. And I also agree with what Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem said. Why aren't we considering what it costs? What if we purchase this property? We are under this umbrella of the ceiling of threats from the National Park Service. I am sure there's other analogous situations in this country. But for some reason, the National Park Service has chosen to ignore us, just like other organizations, other groups have just written off Marina. Forget Marina. They don't know who we are. And I'm very passionate about this because we've dismantled community out there. And I don't feel comfortable with with the direction that we're going for. We do have options. We went out for RFP. There was 3 of them. Can others be? There was not one person on that RFP committee that was a horse person that could understand what we were asking of the concessionaires. So again, there's no financials. There should be some analogous situations in this country. And I don't like being backed into a corner. And that's what I'm feeling with the National Park Service. Mr. Siegenthaler and his staff, I'd love for them to come down here. And I have asked them. The last meeting last year, I said, come down here. Nothing. That tells me that he's doing what other organizations would like to do to Marina, and that's ignore us. And I'm not okay with that. I'm definitely not okay with that. I think we should listen to the public right now, and we should really give them a piece of our mind, let them give us a piece of their mind. So sorry if I'm a little emotional about this, but I'm just tired of us being treated like second-class citizens and not paying attention to us. I'd love for the National Park Service to come down and meet with us. Take a look at what community looks like. And again, what is long-term boarding if the MEA currently has month-to-month lease arrangements that can go at any time? Others can go at any time. And if you want to board a horse, you can. So I think there's enough gray area here for me to just decide that I cannot support this with all of my fiber, all of my fabric for community that I am, and that is a volunteer. So I would love to hear from community right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. We'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in whole agreement that we need to hear from the public. I just want us to be very careful about maligning vendors or using evidence that we may not have verified. I think that that's not going to be productive, because I do know that I have been given lots of information and I read everything from the public, and there are things that I could verify that weren't particularly true. So I just want us to be very careful. This is, as you say, a really emotional, and people have extreme passions over this, but we have to still remain within the confines of what is the evidence before us. So I just want to caution all of us to be as objective as we can on this decision. But I think we really need to hear the public. And I think they have been very, very patient. And again, I would also recommend that we emphasize, as we started off with Councilwoman Berkeley's asking us to confine as much as we can our comments, not to square one, but to the issues that we're struggling with on this motion in particular, and the 2 letters that were written. So if we can hold to narrowing the focus as much as we can, I think that we'd all appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go back to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Yeah, I would very much like us to go to the public, and I think it's important. It would behoove us also to keep in mind that actually the property ultimately belongs to the National Park Service. It's our job to steward it correctly. But this is the whole reason that we're here. So it's not that the NPS is disregarding or thinking that Marina is a horrible place and ignoring us and all of this stuff. Not at all. They're checking to be sure that we're honoring our agreement to steward their property well. So I just want to be sure that we're all clear on that. And I completely agree. I'm looking forward to hearing the public comments. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Glenn Woodson, welcome.
Oh, I get to go first. Okay, so I'll be try to be quick about this. I guess first off, Wayne, I go back to the very beginning. You started with your very first sentence on this discussion. The changes could materially affect, and this should be postponed until the entire council and public get a chance to review. That's where we started this conversation 3 hours ago. There are also a question I've been asking for months and have never got an answer from anybody. Is this a category 1 or a category 2 contract? If it's a category 2 contract, then it needs to be stipulated in the contract agreement that it is such, because that gives legal specific concessionary requirements, and it also sets the city up for success. Third, given the contentious nature of this, we really should be requesting that the contractor provide detailed service level agreements and metrics that give complete transparency. Those are not built into the contract right now. 4, going along with that, if Chaparral fails to meet those, there needs to be a full leasehold surrender interest value assigned to this, because that's, again, not really mentioned in the contract. That then goes to the biggest issue on this, which is that across this entire 24-page contract, it does not look like it has anything to do with the National Park Service's standards evaluation and rate administration, their SIRA program. That is how they manage their own contractors. So why aren't we using, as the city, their risk management, their public health, their environmental management, and their contract compliance agreements that they have proven year over year across hundreds of National Park Service concessionaires? During the discussion tonight, you raised the issue of emergency response. Is the city going to be responsible for picking up those direct costs from the concessionaire if they provide that? Because it won't be voluntarily as a for-profit. Does that mean that we are going to provide the upfront costs and then have to seek reimbursement? And is that reimbursement going to be at the maximum 70% that fire response agencies pay out? Last, going on with that want guarantees. Is there a guarantee from the city council that the new concessionaire will be required to receive planning commission and city council approval before any expansion? And that includes removal of facilities such as the ham radio station. That is there, it is in the RFP, and it has never been addressed in any of the city council discussions here. In addition to that, the contract itself, the RFP response said that one of the future goals moving into year 3 and 4 was to build an amusement park. Is that going to come back for approval? Is that part of the basic long-term profitability of this? And is that what the city is planning on, is having an amusement park? And along those lines, are we going to have recreational and park attractions and rides in the interim that are going to be built into this public park? In the end, it feels like there's a deficit on the city of Marina to have not addressed the cost, the return on investment, and the viability of the National Park Service specifically gave to the foundational document that we've been citing over and over again tonight. If they've given us other options, then we really should have come back with that analysis tonight. And lastly, to echo what other councilmen have said tonight, or council persons, the idea of volunteers coming back and flocking to a program, all you have to do is literally go 5 miles away from us across Fort Ord and look at Laguna Seca. Go dig into what the county is dealing with on the volunteers that are supporting the track. And when you pull back the veneer of a successful track operation, you will see that almost 80% of the volunteers have not come back to the track. They are having all sorts of problems. It is a successful program, but it has underpinnings that are failing. Thanks for your listening to me.
Glenn. Let's go to Margaret Davis. Good evening, Margaret.
Good evening. I had 4 points to make. I agree with Councilmember Berkeley and what Glenn just said, that there needs to be a schedule of performance of what the tenant is going to do. Because if they're not listed or articulated or incorporated by reference, our expectations are unenforceable and they can't be kicked out for breach of contract. And my fear is they would just sit there forever like the MEA. 2, it would be madness for Marina to buy a property they already have free use of just to accommodate about 25 people, most of whom are not Marina residents, who want to keep boarding their horses for way below market rates at $100 a month. We got a sweet deal when we got the property 22 years ago. We don't have wheelbarrows of money to throw at this, and we would still need to develop the park. Your concern should be the benefit of Marina, not of campaign donors and entitled horse owners. 3rd, if you split the issue up, as Councilmember Biala was suggesting, this is a problem I've always seen with it. If you kick out the MEA without installing a concessionaire, you will have a vacant facility ripe for vandalizing, crime, homeless, and for how many years till the city gets its act together? It's already been 22 years. You have a bird in the hand right now. Follow through and finally start providing services to the public. Let Chaparral move in as soon as possible after giving the notice, if for no other reason than safety. People are going to move as soon as possible to get the best stalls elsewhere. It won't be safe to be the 3 people left with a horse there this winter, and the place is so isolated and dark. And finally, I just wanted to comment, as the person who put the buildings on the National Register of Historic Places, I wanted to remind you that the historical buildings are a veterinary hospital for horses. They were designed to board horses, and historically, sick horses were boarded in the buildings. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Let's go to Kathleen Vern, or Venn, sorry. Kathleen, go ahead. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Delgado and Marina City Council. My name is Kathleen Venn. I do have a program out there, Venn Equine Education. I am currently a member of the public, and I stable 4 horses that are in the program. I do operate an after school and weekend equine education program to the residents of Marina and surrounding cities. I give lessons not at a 10% discount, but at a 20% discount. That's $48 a lesson. I have high schoolers, students that come to care for the horses and brush horses. I would like to address Lisa's comment. We have provided consistently events at the MEC without acknowledgement from the city of Marina. But we continue to do it. And I would like to express concerns that Chaparral's intentions to use barns A and B currently that are tack rooms for their horses is alarming. The original use for those stalls, as Margaret Davis said, were for temporary hospital stalls, including isolation stalls for injured, sick, and quarantined animals. The barns do lack adequate ventilation and no opportunity for a horse to even look outside. Ventilation must be sufficient to control and prevent the toxic accumulation of ammonia gases. A buildup of ammonia gases can be fatal if concentrations are higher than 2,500 parts per million. Even at 100 parts per million, the horse and humans will get eye and respiratory irritation, including a very pungent odor for those brand new houses there that are beautiful. Secondly, newly emerging veterinary research indicates previous acceptable space standard for housing horses is not sufficient for the health and welfare of horses today. The stalls in those barns are 10 by 10, which would be adequate for a pony of 12 hands and below. Larger horses would need a minimum of 13.25 by 13.25 feet with daily free time and socialization time. Then there is the historic registry. Horses chew, kick, rub, defecate, urinate, and generally are hard on their environment. The historic barns are also lacking drainage. While drains are present in the aisles and lead to unknown locations, they do often have water come up from those drains. These 80-year-old buildings do not have adequate ventilation or drainage for permanent or temporary housing of horses. I'd like to ask the city council, would you feel comfortable living in a 10 by 10 square room, closed off to the outside, with no view, poorly ventilated? You can turn around and lay down, but that's it. I'd like to also ask the city council who will be doing upgrades and paying for the historic buildings care that those horses are living in. And is it okay, city council, to put horses in unsafe buildings? Currently, the arena and parking area are day use and are maintained by MEA. Will that remain open to the equestrian community at large? And I just feel like December 10th being out is kind of sad, and a Merry Christmas. And to Margaret Davis, we are no longer $100 a month. We have come up to the standards, industry standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. Let's go to Julie. Good evening, Julie.
Hi, good evening. I'm addressing this primarily to Council Member Berkeley. I think you've been misinformed. I'm reading a publication by the National Park Service from June 13th of 2018, in which they are seeking business proposals to provide equestrian and related services at the Rock Creek Park Horse Center in Washington, D.C. They were asking for a 10-year contract. The organization is to provide private horse boarding, therapeutic riding programs, instructional camps, guided trail rides, and riding lessons. They have, this is Rock Creek Horse Park Center in Washington, D.C. They have selected a concessionaire who has been approved by the National Park Service and are currently in operation. So it is blatantly incorrect that the National Park Service does not allow long-term horse boarding on their properties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Julie. Let's go to Jennifer Pendergrass. Good evening, Jennifer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, okay. Hi. Well, I was kind of in and out this evening as this meeting was going on, and my experience was of this gigantic elephant in the room that no one was mentioning. And as I said, I was in and out, so I might have missed something, but until Christina Medina brought up that we're talking about bringing in Chaparral and them having a big place in Marina, Marina's reality, and yet no one was talking about this long list of super shady stuff that is, I mean, I know you guys all have seen this 31-page letter or a list of all the stuff going on with Chaparral, both past and current. I mean, you know, the lawsuits, and I mean, that's not conjecture. These are things you can look up what you can look up on the internet, you can look up in legal documents. So I just don't understand why why Marina is going into business with a corporation that is being sued right and left, that the things that people say about it, I mean, all these different names that they operate under, and apparently they have like $6 in the budget, and they have a GoFundMe running to raise $5,000 to replace their main office, which is apparently a trailer that got stolen somehow. And so they're running a GoFundMe to raise $5,000. why are we going into business with a company that doesn't even have $5,000 to replace their trailer office? So I don't know. That's pretty much what I have to say. I feel like we need to take a big step back. I'm a Marina resident. I live here. I have loved going to the stuff that the Equestrian Center has offered for the public. My daughter, she spent some time riding with Star Riders that was operating out of there, which was all free for us. We're, low income, and it's been lovely having the Equestrian Center there. But as a citizen of Marina, it's sad for me to think that this kind of stuff is going on, and this is the kind of business that we're getting in bed with. But what's really just strange and had me having this sort of Twilight Zone experience listening to this meeting was that nobody was addressing it until I heard, Christina Medina. And so I just ask that, when there's stuff like this going on, that we talk about it, that we don't pretend it's not happening. We all saw the letter, right? And that we address it. I don't think that we can move forward with this until each of the items in that letter has been explained, and either it's true, and then do we want to do business with these people, or it's not, or there's something in between, and go from there. But there's no way we can move forward with this. So thank you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Jennifer. Let's go to Jenna Larkin. Good evening, Jenna. Trying to get you to unmute on your end, Jenna. There you go.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jenna, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, thank you for taking the time. I wanted to just address a couple of things. You stated that someone, I think it was Kathy Biala, stated that you hope that the current volunteers would stay and work with Chaparral. And I'm very conflicted on this, because while I feel that it is important to serve your community in whatever capacity you can, in whatever way that you can, I don't think that it is really in line with the volunteer spirit to volunteer for a for-profit company. And not just a for-profit business or company, but a for-profit business or company that is being investigated by OSHA for, and I'm not sure if it was an actual death or just a catastrophic injury, but having worked in a somewhat dangerous profession my whole life, I have never worked for anybody who was ever investigated by OSHA. So not only do you want volunteers to work for a for-profit company, but you also want them to work for a for-profit company that doesn't even protect their paid employees. And so I really ask you to question what you are asking the members of your community to do. You are asking them to work for free for a business. You are asking them to also work for a business that could potentially cause them to be gravely injured. So you are supporting the grave injury of your community members who are going to work for free. The second point I would like to bring up, because as non-horse people, you guys just don't seem to understand this. Market value for boarding on the peninsula right now is on average about $550 a month. That includes feed for horses, which is anywhere between $30 to $37 a bale for hay right now. So you're talking $200+ a month to feed a horse, on top of cleaning, paying staff to clean those stalls, on top of the care that those horses get without their owners being present. Marina, as a self-care boarding facility where they are providing their own feed and their own care and their own cleaning, is actually, with feed costs the way they are, they're actually paying more than market value at this point in time. And that's coming as somebody who runs a boarding facility. So those are costs I'm very intimate with. And so again, that's something that you guys keep misquoting over and over like it's fact. My last point is that I really feel was very, very bold of Lisa Berkeley to speak on behalf of Councilman Jimmy Panetta. You know him intimately enough to say that you know that his opinion has changed from the written documentation that we have. And I really wonder if you just maybe reached out to him personally on behalf of this issue because of your clear personal vendetta against the Marina Equestrian Association to obtain this information or to coerce or twist this out of him. So I guess that's my last point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jenna. Let's go to Jeff Markham. Now, what do I?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I would like to abide by the request that we not revisit ancient history, but as an engineer that's been trained in root cause analysis, I don't think we can. I think if you read back to the 1998 quitclaim, which is in the August 31st, 2021 agenda minutes on page 47, there is no mention of the Lands to Parks program that the MPS has on numerous occasions cited as a reason to object to public boarding, which the MPS has allowed, as Julie has mentioned, in Washington, D.C., but even closer to us at the Golden Gate recreational area and on other federal parks. It only mentions that the equestrian center be used for a public park and public recreational purposes. And was not until 10 years later that when the proposal of utilization was presented to the MPS, that the Park Service deemed that the quitclaim from 1998 fell under the Lands to Parks program. And the Lands to Parks program is authorized under the US Code 40 USC 550. And however, the quitclaim only mentions Administrative Services Act from 1948 and Public Law 485. And so in my opinion, this administrative decision by the Park Service to administer the equestrian center under this program was contemporaneous. And there are other grantees within that thing to deal with flood prevention and access to the handicapped, as they mentioned it at the time, and to grant the US Army access for a period of time and APA provisions. But the POU was an opportunity for the city of Marina to object to the additional restrictions that the National Park Service put on the city of Marina. That was our opportunity to push back and say, wait, you're expanding this. You're putting your own, interpretation on what the original grant was. And that was borne out by Jimmy Panetta's letter to the Park Service on December 14th of 2021 to say that the language includes a 60-horse self-care boarding facility, which is what the four-door facility was at the time when it was granted to the city of Marina. So the city of Marina has been put into a position where, it's allowed itself to be, I feel, bullied by the Park Service. And unfortunately, I don't feel we have a lot of remedies at this point. I feel like you've been put into a position where, you really can only accept a concessionaire's agreement. And I only request that in the future that we no longer allow ourselves to be put into this position. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Let's go to Lindsay Beery. Hello, Lindsay. Trying to unmute you on your end, Lindsay.
Unmute.
Okay, I think we can hear you now.
Okay. Okay, I have a question for Lane Long. Why put us all through such a tortuous process with this RFP and then turn around and award it to an organization that is agreeing to pay rent based on a percentage of their income, but also blatantly committing tax evasion per their own financials by operating at a loss of $1 million each year, which would make them actually not paying rent at all, and further lying about public lawsuits and judgments against their company? It wasn't even a very deep dive into Google to find the class action employment lawsuit with a staggering 12 violations that was just filed this March, or the judgment for the tractor that they stiffed Kubota on. The new lawyer you have makes it sound like this isn't a big deal, but Marina is made up of largely working class citizens. So how do you, Lisa Berkeley, explain the slap in the face of this approval for this corporation that it would be to this Marina's working class citizens that, one, rely on businesses to operate with integrity as employees, and two, currently benefit from the MEA as currently managed? Why is city staff pretending there aren't too many significant issues to count with Chaparral? The only conclusion I can come to is the same as Bruce, and that is the city staff knows how messed up and corrupt these people are. They're anticipating their failure by Chaparral flopping so that the park can be turned back over to National Park Service and auctioned off to the highest bidder, Shea Holmes. I don't understand why, but that is clearly what is unfolding here. You say you want a horse park. You already have one. You just neglect it, the same as your duty to serve what the community wants. It's just easier for you to save face if the corporation flops, and then you can turn it over to NPS. City staff does not deserve the blind trust of city council. You are being pressured and bullied into a decision that is not only bad for the community, it is quite literally a liability. I urge you, city council, say no and halt this seedy deal with an out-of-town corporation with a bad reputation. Final question directed to David Burnett and Brian McMinn. Why do you make it sound so easy to amend the terms of the agreement with Chaparral, but not the MEA? Every question directed at you guys. Oh, we can amend that in the terms of the agreement. Super easy. No problem at all. Stop the sellout of our community. Nobody wants to volunteer for a shady company like Chaparral, Lisa. Thank you, Christina and Bruce, for taking a stand for what is right. I see you and I appreciate you. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, let's try to be respectful towards staff. I mean, they have a tough job to do and they have a lot of projects they're working on. So let's go to Amy Warren. Good evening, Amy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. So the first thing that I would like to address is that earlier tonight it was questioned city staff whether the original principles of use for the property was approved. And I want to direct you all to page 311 of this packet for tonight's meeting. The last paragraph of Jimmy Panetta's letter outlines that, yes, indeed, the program of utilization was approved originally in 1998. Additionally, a program of utilization that included some long-term boarding was approved by the Marina City Council on July 16th of 2013 and approved by the National Park Service in 2017. Okay. So I want to question tonight, and I want you all to please question, what is going on at the Marina Equestrian Association is not private boarding as defined by the National Park Service. And if further adjustments need to be made on what is happening in terms of boarding at the Marina Equestrian Association to comply, that could be a conversation in between the city and the Marina Equestrian Association, keeping in place all of the public programming that currently happens. Okay, so now I would really like everyone to look at page 307 of the packet tonight, which is David Siegenthaler's letter from 2017, where in the middle of the page, he outlines what is private long-term boarding and not a public recreational use of the site, okay? And this reflects his visit to the property that happened back in 2007. No one argues that back in 2007, what was happening at that facility was a facility that was closed to the public. However, since 2017, and actually really probably 2012, realistically, the entirety of the property has been available for public use and for public visitation. Also, our boarding contracts do not establish any long-term right of exclusive occupancy. We have exactly what he outlines written in our boarding agreements and in our bylaws, which is that we have a wait list, rotations, and awards of limited duration, because our awards of stalls are only for 1 month. And after that, it is an at-will renewal on both parties, okay? Also, no one ever gave the RFP that prepared by the Marina Equestrian Association a fair hearing. We further adjusted what is happening at our facility Currently, 60 to 70% of our horses are engaged in public programming provided by local businesses. Okay, where you're going to put out of business 3 riding instructors and a trail outfit. Additionally, at least half of the boarded horses are currently being also utilized in those lesson programs. That means that the people boarding their horses at the equestrian facility now are paying for their horses and then letting members of the public use them, which is why we can offer lessons at half of the rate that Chaparral does, and also offer lessons for free for anybody who's needy in the community and is willing to work. And those are 2 things that are just vitally important in a community that has so many poor residents, because what the development does not change about Marina is the percentage of poor residents. Okay, so I want to say, Councilwoman Biala, I really appreciate your time and attention. I see you working very, very hard. I feel like you have been put under a false gun, that Lane Long and David Siegenthaler have waited till the last moment to spring this trap on you, to bring maximal pressure to try to get you to privatize an important public resource. Please do not do that. Please delay, evict the MEA if you have to. Do not bring in a shoddy privateer in what could be and is our public's most utilized park. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Let's go to Zoom user. Okay, ready to go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening. I would just like to start off by saying I do not think Chaparral would be a fitting. So Chaparral currently has a pending class action lawsuit in San Francisco for employee wage theft and other payroll violations. They have several lenient and creditor judgments and have just taken a new operation at Bear Creek, all of which call into question their financial fitness for this partnership. They have a history of unsanitary facilities and substandard horse care at their other barns. The current plan is to house the Equestrian Center Park horses in undrained concrete 10 by 10 foot stalls within the historic buildings is horrific. It is unsanitary and just plain cruel. Their initial proposal provides a budget of vet fees that doesn't even appear to adequately cover the proper care for 1 horse, let alone proper care for 10 or 20 horses. There is an open federal investigation by OSHA filed last month into an employee fatality or catastrophic injury to 3 or more employees. Their plans for the facility will eliminate multiple local lessons and trail rider businesses currently in operation at the park at affordable prices to the community, taking tax dollars and revenues outside of their area. Also, the current nonprofit Equestrian Association provides a lot of free programming and access to horses. I have some questions for the council. When does Chaparral submit updated and complete financial to the city as Councilwoman Biala requested at the last vote? Where is that information available? Do the city managers and council members have information about the OSHA investigation? And has the legal counsel been consulted? And where is Chaparral's current insurance information? And that's all I have for right now. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And we're going to move on to Michelle Bacon. Good evening, Michelle. You're good to go, Michelle. You look unmuted, Michelle. Can you provide your input? I'll promote you to panelists and see if that helps. Sometimes it helps. So if you say yes to being promoted to panelist, I think it might work better.
Hi, Bruce. This is Crystal, but you called me Michelle.
Yeah, you're shown as Michelle Bacon. Oops. Yeah, we're looking for Michelle Bacon. Crystal, you're next.
Okay.
Okay, Michelle, we'll give you one more chance. We'll come back to you. You're having technical difficulties. but I think we did promote you to panelist or try. So let's go to you, Crystal, and then we'll come back to Michelle.
Okay. Thank you, City Council, for doing your due diligence and fact checking the chosen candidate that is requesting to operate the Marina Equestrian Center Park. The facts are, Chaparral deliberately responded to the RFP with false documents and lies. City Council person Lisa Berkeley, I quote you from an article in Monterey Herald dated 2021. Start quote, I'm glad that we chose the best candidate to be the concessionaire. End quote. My first question is for City Council member Lisa Berkeley. Knowing the facts, deliberate falsification of documents, missing documents, lawsuits, liens, collection agencies surrounding Chaparral, do you still feel like the best candidate was chosen? My second question is it possible to disqualify Chaparral due to the current documents provided and move forward with the city staff second choice, the Marina Equestrian Association, and negotiate the terms of public boarding that will satisfy both NPS and the community of Marina? I feel that if city staff or city council were to go to the current concessionaire and tell them their biggest problem with their RFP response is the term of private boarding, that they are more than willing to negotiate with city council, city staff, and satisfy the NPS. Give them a chance. They've successfully run that place on mostly their own dollar, and have improved the accessibility, ethics, moral compass of that park in the last decade that has ever been seen before. The same people that ran the Marina Equestrian Association in 1994 are either no longer alive or are no longer at the park. I urge City Council and I urge City staff to go visit your new Marina Equestrian Association. City Council, I plead to you to dismiss Chaparral. If you don't, their company will be detrimental to our community, park, and put our city at risk with lawsuits, liens, and litigations that will follow their corporation into the city of Marina. They have a pattern of bad behavior when it comes to business. Please do not evict the MEA until a contract is signed so the park is looked after and protected. Vote no. Do not be bullied into a decision today out of fear. Also, on Margaret Davis's comment when it regards to A&B Barn allowing horses to be stabled in there back in the good old days, I have been there. I was a previous boarder of the Marina Equestrian Center Park. Both A and B barn do flood. In the aisles, they do wash up water. I have seen tack rooms with hay and tack flooded, and that the volunteers were the ones redirecting the rainwater. And those rooms, if I can paint a picture for you, City Council and city staff, are solid rooms with walls that go all the way up to the ceiling, barbed wire roofs to where horses are not able to touch, sniff, have any contact with one another, glass windows 4 feet above the ground where a horse can cut itself, kill itself, kick the window, and no contact with other living beings because all doors are shut with a solid door that you would find on a bedroom in a normal house. These are not normal situations. There are only 2 medical stalls available at the back of B barn that are used for quarantine. Other than that, all the stalls are not appropriate, humane, or ethical for horses to live in, let alone people, dogs, or anything else. We did not even store animals in there that were not looked upon. Thank you very much, City Council, for your time.
Thank you, Crystal. Let's go to Evan Court.
Oh.
Evan. Oh, I'm sorry, Evan, let's hold off a minute, Evan. Let's go to Michelle Bacon. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
can you guys hear me now?
Yes, and we'll come back to Evan in just a moment. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time and letting me speak tonight. I come to this meeting with actually over 35 years of commercial real estate lease experience. I'm a leasing manager and a real estate agent, and I have managed leases my entire career. This is tomato, this is a lease agreement as far as I can see, and by definition, contrary to what legal does say, but I respect their decision as well. But one thing about these lease agreements, everything is negotiable, and any agreement that is non-binding is not executed, anyone can change their mind. You can decide to triple the rent. Chaparral could back out. You're not going to go suing them. So the fact that you can get out of this agreement before the lease is signed is something that I really do think that the city council and the city of Marina should seriously consider. The fact that these pending lawsuits, and these are all substantiated with court filed documents, with case numbers, they are significant. And most of the ones that are brought up are just the ones that were recent. Having been probably sued in every county they've done business in is very concerning. The fact of that OSHA, a non-announced visit for this catastrophic or possible fatality is very concerning. And I don't know how many people on the city council are equestrians. I have also been an equestrian for over 30 years. I have run a very successful course program for many, many hundreds, probably thousands of children. And it's not just 20 people at a facility that are privileged. Usually horses cost a lot of money. It's hard work, it's dirty, but it's a passion. And I think what a lot of people at the Marina Equestrian Center do now is they touch the public. And this is something that just in a trail ride, you get people that come and go, but these are people that really get vested into this hobby. It becomes something, especially for the children, which is what I focused on. It's such a passion, and it really causes a lot of kids to get confidence and really excel, and especially kids that are more withdrawn. So I'm really sad to see that, the grass is not always greener. And what really is concerning to me is that I don't see any budget or pricing put on the repairs and the upgrades and the asbestos and the lead paint removal. How much is this really all going to cost when you're getting just about the same amount of rent? Are you paying a whole bunch of money up front just to basically get another operator who is not as successful? And they have a lot of issues here that have obviously been brought to light. And again, these are all things that were just brought up since the city council made their initial decision. And the fact to not give these material facts weight and consideration, and part of this being part of the public record, I think talking about protecting public land, you have a duty to protect Marina and to protect your community. And, this OSHA thing could very likely turn into a lawsuit. None of us know the future or have a crystal ball. But when you have an open lawsuit like this one, the class action suit, and this is for failure to pay wages, failure to pay minimum wage, failure to pay overtime. This is not something just to be sloughed off that a lot of people get sued. These are really serious charges. And it's something that I really hope that the rest of the council members who voted for Chaparral give this serious thought. And most boarding agreements, in my very long decades of experience, they're all short-term boarding. They're all month-to-month leases. And I do think that going back and revisiting this and looking into how it's worded exactly, one word can change everything with the National Park Service, is really worth the effort. And I was very confused that by the city manager Lane had put out, it just didn't provide the clarity for me on what was allowed and what wasn't. It really kind of went wishy-washy back and forth. And I think more work needs to be done on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michelle. Now let's go to Evan. Evan, thanks for being patient.
Yeah, no problem. I wanted to start off by thanking the council and staff for your time this evening. I recognize it's getting late, so I just have a very brief comment. I just wanted to voice my support for Mayor Delgado's motion, and that's all.
Thank you, Evan. Let's go to Andrea Green. Hello, Andrea. Good evening.
Good evening, council members, and nice to see you again, Mayor Delgado. My name is Andy Green, and I have been newly welcomed into the community that is Marina Equestrian Association. My day job is to teach our future environmental scientists at California State University, Monterey Bay. But by evening, you can find me at the Equestrian Center offering a helping hand. So all in all, I am a member of the public who walked up and introduced myself the old-fashioned way, and I benefit from this public good. MEA is a non-for-profit organization who promotes one specific cause, horsemanship. They do this for the sole interest of the horse, not for the interests of the dollar bill. As a public good, MEA provides a space for community members like myself to ride and train in their facilities, affordably board horses, gain a horsemanship education through attending clinics and camps, or to gain experience riding. As stewards of the city, mayor and council members, your job is to promote the public interests of our community and its members. Your decisions aid in building community, reinvigorating community, and above all, supporting the sanctity of existing community. For 28 years, and maybe this history hasn't always been pretty, MEA has grown into the community I and many others have been welcomed into. If you move the concessionaire forward, Chaparral Country Corporation will force MEA and its 55 horses to vacate premises, abolishing a non-for-profit organization built by locals because of their love for the horse. And you would replace it with a for-profit attraction built by a non-local private corporation who will monetize the horse. Chaparral does not promote the sole cause of horsemanship, which has and continues to be documented by their subpar treatment of horses and horse people through written reviews at each of their 3 existing locations. So I ask you, voting mayor and council members, to reconsider the community impact of Chaparral's concessionaire. Is Chaparral committed to serving our community, including its horses and horse people, for the next 28 years, like MEA has done? Or will this become another private sellout that leads to economic hardship and displacement of our dedicated community members? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrea. Now let's go to Brian McCarthy. Hello, Brian.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'll probably lose all credibility by saying this, but I actually think this issue has brought out the best in Marina. And I'm really proud of community members on all sides of the issue that have kind of spoken out and expressed their concerns. So I'll try not to repeat anything that's already been said. But I do have concerns that we keep using this term of private boarding, and yet there's been no codified definition of private boarding. The city in one place defines it as 2 months and another 4 months, and yet to my knowledge, NPS has never officially defined it in any kind of legal and binding way. So at a previous city meeting and via personal phone call, I really encouraged NPS to come out to our community and look at the issues at play. It's unfortunate that they chose not to do that. They appeared to have little interest in doing that. And I think that would have really helped us move along if we would have done more to encourage them to do that. Despite, I've made some comments at the previous public hearing on this issue, and I've still not heard much discussion about boarding horses, for example, that are descendants of Comanche, which I'm told exist and is a significant historical resource to the city of Marina. It's still unclear to me whether there's been discussion with NPS on whether exemptions to the long-term boarding prohibition might exist for resources such as that horse. So I'm curious to hear about that, and if it was discussed with NPS. I've heard no discussion on offering a glide path to existing long-term boarders to protect, the health of their and well-being of their horses. I've not heard discussion on how specifically the military community, who by the way are solely responsible for the initial existence of this park, will be served through things like possible discount programs. And so I guess to the council, I would say, if you do move forward with staff's recommendation, just stand up and, say that you're doing it because you think it's the right thing to do. That, hey, I choose Chaparral and I define long-term boarding as 4 months, 6 months, whatever it is, because that's the choice I make. But don't use all of the kind of hearsay as a reason for your decision. I think I, agree with Congressman Panetta, who said that we should be making our own decisions here. And lastly, in addition to the equestrian center, I think we need to continue to talk about the fact that the amateur radio station is absolutely a part of this park. It's in the POU. It's a vital resource to the city. It could be such a great asset to teach young children about electronics, communications, computer and tech skills. And yet little is mentioned about how this RFP assignment will improve and support that use. So it just seems like there's a lot of picking and choosing about what's important. And I think that's unfortunate. I'd recommend that we start referring to the park as the Marina Equestrian and Amateur Radio Station Park. It is, again, part of that park. It's located on the maps. It's part of the POU. I do want to second Jeff's comments about the poor relationship with the National Park Service. I'm disappointed with really what is otherwise an incredible federal agency, but they've really not done us many favors. And I would a letter to the highest levels of the NPS and articulate some of the concerns the city has had with the level of communication and the ambiguity and all of these problems that we've dealt with. So regardless of what happens tonight, I look forward to supporting the Equestrian Center and the Amateur Radio Station Park the best way I can. But please make your decisions based on what's best for Marina and don't be bullied, overly bullied by NPS. Thank you so much. Good night.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Kate Spencer. Good evening, Kate.
Good evening. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, good evening.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I am a Marina Equestrian Association member. I don't own horses, but I volunteer there daily and welcome the public and teach lots of kids about horses and help people with their horses. I strongly encourage this City Council to look carefully at all the city's options and do a very careful cost benefit analysis. That's what I'm not hearing fully laid out here. How much would the city actually have to put forward in order for Chaparral to commence operations? I'm hearing $250,000 just to get the restrooms in compliance out of a budget of about, was it 800? And if I looked at the contract and the city would be responsible as things are written now for all safety, health, and code issues with any of the buildings that they wanted to use. And I believe in their proposal, they wanted to use the kennel building, which has holes in the roof. It has no plumbing. It has no electricity. It's just greatly dilapidated. So would the city actually be on the hook to actually get that building usable to that level? I think it's really important that all of that information, all of the projections, all of the budget on both the city side and how much the concessionaire would be expected to put in would be made public, and so that the public actually has the information to know how much the city would be supporting this potential for-profit concessionaire. That said, I also think that it's really important that you do look into the fair market value of the property and just follow that avenue that's available to you of getting the Park Service and the federal government to give you an estimate. If you are investigating that, that ought to qualify for them as you're working towards coming into compliance. One option could be, what if Fort Ord itself, Fort Ord National Park, annexed the Marina Equestrian Center and provided the type of programming plus public boarding that they do at the Rock Creek Park Horse Center in Washington, D.C. I volunteered there in the therapeutic riding program back in the 90s. It's a great program, and the national park itself apparently can operate public boarding. So there's options. The Marina Equestrian Association is made up of volunteers and horse owners who are going to be where their horses are. So if you're thinking about volunteers and you're thinking that they're still going to have the kinds of programming that's been happening at the MEA, that's not going to continue to happen if everybody has to move their horses to other places. You would get other volunteers, but they wouldn't be learning and being trained by horse owners. They're going to be learning from people at a for-profit facility who are getting low wages from a corporation that doesn't have the best record there. And also think about community sensitivity before you sign anything with Chaparral. They proposed a Wild West theme park town with a teepee in a very diverse city of Marina. That's not going to go over very well. You have the opportunity to work with MEA the way you've been working with Chaparral and talk to the Park Service. What can be done with the people who are already involved now to make this a viable, functional, and community serving program the way it has been growing into being. Yes, people stepped up a lot more, but there's also been a lot of turnover, as there always has been in membership once this issue really started to heat up. And people stepping up to the plate is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. You want this kind of volunteering. You want this kind of community engagement. And I encourage the City Council to look at all the options so that you really are representing the desires and the needs and the possibilities of your own community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kate. Let's go to Paula Pillow. Good evening, Paula.
Good evening. Yeah, I really kind of wanted to sit back and listen to this tonight, but I've heard a lot of what I can only characterize in some ways as histrionics on the part of some people. Perhaps they don't know the truth of the matter. But I wanted to just very quickly, if I can, address some of the things that I've heard. First off, it's already been decided who will be the concessionaire. And it sounds like many people are relitigating that. Unfortunately, as they are relitigating it, they are in fact just at the teetering on the edge of defamation of Chaparral, which I think is very, very sad. And certainly their excoriating of staff is really unwarranted. And it's very disappointing to hear people say that. I keep hearing about Rock Creek Park. I was born there at Walter Reed Hospital, right alongside of it. I was a horse person growing up. We had to go and clean out stables, and that was one of the way that we earned our keep there and got our riding lessons. Rock Creek Park is not a land to parks program, and so therefore is not restricted under the act, the Land to Parks Act. So that's not relevant. I hear what people are saying, that they allow for it there, but it is not a land to parks deeded property. The city, for many, many years, squandered this asset, and at one point apparently thought it could make it a dog canine center, a training center, which would have violated the deed restriction. As far as the comments that I heard Brian and some other people making about, where have they been? They've been here. They've been talking. Terry Seeger's talked to them for years. It was Councilmember Morton who way back in the day, back I think in 2008, brought to the attention of the city council that they were in violation of the deed. So this has gone on for many, 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 many years. And so the fact that we're trying to remedy it now, I think is a good thing. We need to move forward. And I hope that you support this motion tonight. I think the issues that people have brought up there were some good things, and I think they were included in the motion. And I do hope that this will be supported. And one last thing, I think that Margaret Davis pointed out in the very, very beginning is, people are discussing the cost of improvements. Yes, those improvements still need to be made, whether it's Chaparral or anyone else there. Those improvements need to be made, and we have money set aside to make those improvements and repairs. So that to me is not a consideration. Furthermore, what is a consideration is we should not be entering into a place where we have to go and purchase this property. We have it right now as long as we bring it into compliance. So I am fully supportive of this motion and hope that the council will pass it tonight. Thank you.
Let's go to Jasona Prowse. Good evening, Jasona.
Good evening. I'm hardly functional at 11:35. I don't know how you guys are all functioning. But my biggest question is, how in the world is a private corporation boarding their own horses for profit use with no regulations, no oversight, and no community involvement better than public boarding facility that offers use to the entire community? I just don't understand the logic of this change. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Let's give a public facility that has multi-use availability and is currently being used to serve the community and all kinds of people and children and special needs children and special needs adults. I mean, it's serving the entire community from all over Monterey County, and let's give it to a private corporation that privately boards all their own horses and is expensive and is only available to tourists. This makes a lot of sense, Marina City Council. Like, seriously, kind of a stupid decision. I just don't understand it at all. So please get creative and figure out a better solution to the conflict of an NPS regulation, which says no private use. Let's not give it to a private corporation. Let's continue to use it as a public park with access for all community individuals, trail rides, lessons, community holiday events, community boarding, self-care, volunteers. Why are you messing with an amazing community of people and a park? It doesn't make any sense to me. Anyways, that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessona. Anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand. If you
I do,
haven't
okay.
spoken already. All right, let's go to Gail Morton. Evening, Gail.
Good evening. I did want to speak. I wanted to make clear that title was transferred to the city of Marina because we sought the property under the Lands to Park program. All of the other properties surrounding our former Fort Ord went from the Army to Fort Ord Reuse Authority and then to the jurisdictions who paid 50% of the property value to FORA. We excluded this as a city, decided that we would want to take this property as a public park. We agreed we did not pay any money to acquire this land because we agreed to a covenant in a deed. And the covenant in the deed was that we were going to operate this 35 acres as a public park. And that is what we have been expected to do. Public use, public park. The National Park Service under the Lands to Park has deemed that private boarding is a private use. They are against private use because of the covenant in the deed. If any private use, not just boarding, it's not that they are against boarding, they are against the broader perspective of private use. To now say we don't want this land that we paid no consideration for, and to say, yeah, we're going to buy it at fair market value 25 years later at an inflated price, given the 25 years, is just utterly ridiculous. Let's talk about what is the city's responsibility. The city is responsible to make this into a public park. The city has 35 acres. The city needs to get in there and put the ADA compliant bathrooms. That's their responsibility. They are equally on the hook now, whether you do a concessionaire agreement or not, to make this land completely accessible to the public. And that's the structure within which NPS is saying, get going, city, or this land will revert. So having a concessionaire taking over a little less than 13 acres or approximately 13 acres in the parcels marked as D and C, David and Cat, and using a public parking lot is only a portion of what needs to happen. But getting Chaparral in there and getting that operating as public park, the city still needs to look at what is the other 20 acres and what else are we doing as a city to implement the program of utilization. That is to Brian McCarthy's comment about the radio and what other things are going to be happening on this property is still open and moving forward. The reason for strengthening your contract terms is so critical, and I support the motion. And the city needs to make sure these terms protect its interest. The concerns that I've heard tonight about Chaparral, be it their employment practices, their financial status, whatever it is, strengthen the contract so you can enforce if there's a breach of contract because they failed to perform is critical. So getting this back to staff, having them look at the proposal that was sent to us by Chaparral, phase 1, where they're talking about what they're going to do inside of the buildings with our approval as to the plans, with our approval as what it's to look like, needs to happen. And those terms need to be part of the contract. I really do hope that you will support this motion. Having this land revert and being sold to a third party is a tremendous loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. And let's go to Nicole Fisher. Good evening, Nicole.
Good evening. I just wanted to quickly touch some points on some votes that have been made and some past information and new information. Was the further vetting of the financials as directed by the City Council vote on 9/8/2021 ever completed? And or were discrepancies in the original financials submitted explained? Were those documents provided to the entire council and or made public? Per the RFP section FB, proposers were required to provide a listing of any contract termination, lawsuits, or litigation initiated within the last 5 years against any proposed team members. Public record of selected proposers' response states, Chaparral Ranch has never been in any contract terminations, lawsuits, litigation, claims, or settlements. That to me means broad sense, no lawsuits or litigation, claims, or settlements. I'm not a law professor or an attorney, but law means law, and this seems to be inconsistent with the public record of case number 18CLJ02964, filed on 6/12 of 2018 with the County of San Mateo Superior Court. Was city staff aware of this lawsuit at the time of the RFP submission? If not, were they made aware in the last 18 months? If at some point city staff was aware of this lawsuit, did they make the City Council aware of their findings? Now, with subsequent new actions filed in 2022, were the proposers asked to restate the response before tonight's vote, being that 18 months has passed since the original RFP submissions? Was the inconsistency in naming of the ranch versus the corporation on purpose? Proposers were required to show that they have a wide range of experience in operation of public facilities with specific knowledge of recreational activity safety. The City Council is now aware of an open OSHA investigation submitted in August of 2022. Is the City Council still satisfied that this requirement will be met? In the initial request for proposals process issued in 2020, proposers were required to submit and demonstrate minimal levels of financial responsibility for performance, as well as the necessary line of credit to furnish and operate and maintain the MEC Park. Being that RFPs were submitted and evaluated on January 4, 2021, have the applicants been asked to resubmit to account for the past 18 months? If they were asked to resubmit, were the findings provided to the City Council? Proposers were required to demonstrate they have sufficient financial capability to operate the MEC Park. Have the proposers been asked to resubmit for review, being that it's been 18 months since the initial proposal, and the corporation in question has recently taken on a similar project in Los Gatos? Have they disclosed to the City Council that they have this additional endeavor? Have the most recent financials been provided to the City Council for the past 18 months? Proposers are required to provide ongoing proof of insurance coverage. Has an up-to-date evidence of insurance for the 2 calendar years of commenced since the original submission been provided to the City Council? In light of these new findings, I think the reevaluation of the current proposal would be appropriate, if not a disqualification altogether. City Council should be given the opportunity to retract their original votes, or at the very least, a delay of vote to allow time for due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Let's go to Amanda Court. Good evening, Amanda.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. This is actually Laura Postel. I have my daughter's phone. Mine has died since I've been here for 4 hours waiting for an opportunity, and I want to speak, and I thank you all for listening. I am a new resident to the city of Marina. And I, however, am a lifetime horsewoman, and these red flags that have come to light regarding the Chaparral Corporation and its various entities, I would say, should be of great concern to all involved. And I would ask, why the Marina Equestrian Park be put into the hands of a out-of-town corporation when the, you know, currently I understand the local nonprofit has you know, has roots in this community. I understand recently that this is, you know, you guys are kind of under a gun here, but my main point is that this center is providing a great service to the community, and that it deserves, you know, the council utmost concern for ensuring its future as a safe and respectable, you know, place, caring place for equestrian activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Can I speak now too? This is Amanda Court. My mom had to use my phone.
Absolutely.
Or you can come back to me.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Like my mom, I grew up in a horse family. Our immediate family has run 2 successful equestrian centers. My grandparents own a world famous equestrian center down in Southern California, as well as one of my cousins. And I appreciated what one of the councilmen said, that, or she was thinking about maybe it would be important to bring in an independent or neutral horse person to act as a consultant through this process, because there are a lot of terms and languages that we use that I think might be, you know, something, just like I'm not a bioengineer background. I can't speak to these things. And I just think that it's important for city council to fully be aware of the language that they're using, and to make sure that they fully understand that when we're talking about stabling and boarding, all those things, that they're very similar. Like my mom said, and like many people have said, I'm just asking, why are you going to risk our community being put at the hands of a large corporation that does have a lot of red flags? I did agree with and appreciate Mayor Delgado's motion. And I'm wondering what it's going to take for you to take a serious look or complete a thorough investigation into these allegations that have been, you know, brought to your attention from Chaparral. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Good evening, Nancy.
Hey, good evening. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
So nervous. I forgot to say.
Can you reset the clock? Thank you. Much of what I was going to say was covered by Paula Pillow and Gail Morton. Both of them understood the relationship between Department of Interior, that's the department in the federal government, the NPS, which is a part of the Department of the Interior, and the program Lands to Parks program, which is a program within the NPS. And what the Department of Interior, or what NPS may do with their property, is different than what the Lands to Parks program is, which is a small part of that. And that is where it is defined that you cannot have permanent boarding, private boarding. Private boarding, what does that mean? It means for it's the exclusive use of an individual, or perhaps that individual's family. It is not about a business. They also spoke to the issue of the program of utilization. The program of utilization was approved in 2013, and it was approved minus the private boarding. So the council approved it. It was sent to David Siegenthaler. He approved it minus the private boarding. Everything else was good, but that was not. So that was taken out. I was very concerned when I heard about us buying back our park, what we're going to buy back our park and then have an agreement with the MEA. That would be subsidizing the MEA to who knows how many millions of dollars. We would never get that money back. If we bought the property, The city would have to operate it itself because there's no way in the world that you could ever get the money to make yourself whole again. That has to be understood. I am very much in support of the motion. The mayor had commented, what are we going to do? We're going to give this to Chaparral and then in a year they're gone. Well, if in a year they're gone, well, that's the way it is. But we have followed what the National Park Service through its Lands to Park program has required us to do. The first thing it requires us to do, which we would have to do no matter what, is give the MEA notice that they need to vacate. That's what we have to do. If we approve Chaparral, we have to do that. If we don't, guess what? It still has to be done. The National Park Service is not going to allow them to stay because of how we acquired the land through the Lands to Park program. So they would be gone. I have heard the MEA members over and over and over again, how can we do this? Because the MEA is not acceptable in the program to which we acquired the property, Lands to Park, because their primary purpose is to board their horses there. Their secondary purpose, and has been wonderful the last few years, they've been very active in the community. That hasn't always been the case. I've appreciated the things that they've done, but it doesn't eliminate the basic problem of private boarding. It's not the association that's boarding, it's individuals that are boarding. I actually talked to David Siegenthaler back in 2008, and he said, you determine what the short-term boarding is or what long-term boarding is, but you approve it, and then you send it to me, and I'll tell you if it works. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Let's go to Elizabeth Fisher. Let's try one more time, Elizabeth.
Yeah, sorry. Can you hear me now, Bruce?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, everybody. This is Lisbeth Visser with just a quick comment for me. Tonight, two different issues are being discussed. I understand that it is hard to accept for the current users, but City Council already has made a decision 1 year ago. The question whether the selected concessionaire will be able to run it well is a separate issue, which staff can look into before offering an agreement. I support the motion made by Lisa Berkeley tonight, and I would like to thank all of you for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Jasmine Ruvalcaba. Hello, Jasmine.
Hi there. Thank you for the time and thank you for everybody on this meeting. I'm a little fried, so bear with me. I'm going to address costs that the city is accepting in this agreement in terms of the historical buildings, because I believe those are the only standing structures that are the city's property or, under the city. In 11D, it says it's on, I'm sorry. 11D states the city shall provide repairs and upgrades to infrastructure. And I'm just concerned or wondering what those repairs are. And then in Exhibit H, it shows a table, I guess, and it shows that the city would be basically responsible for the outside and electrical systems, and I'm paraphrasing this, and the concessionaire will be responsible for the repair and maintenance for the common areas, ceilings, interior walls. And this leads me to the I'm trying to look at my notes, to the asbestos report, which is also provided. It mentions 4 buildings, and one of them, I have questions about the costs related to those estimates on on the asbestos survey. I'm not sure if that's to remediate or clean up, but there's recommendations. And I believe Brian said it was 2,000 to 250 to only upgrade the bathrooms. I wanted to ask the city what kind of repairs were going to be done, and were there estimates with that? And I have a question about the building permits. Is there an estimation of the required building permits that are needed, and who will pay for those? And then finally, in the ancillary services in the agreement, it says wagon rides and such, and city programs, and I just wondered what kind of free programs that Chaparral would provide, which there isn't any in the agreement, and that concerns me. I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. Let's go to Denise Turley. Good evening, Denise.
Hi, I'll be short and sweet. In the 20 plus years we've lived here, and riding along the roads that intersect your property, I've never seen a horse or a person on a horse. So someone's doing something real right as far as keeping car traffic and horse traffic separate. I urge those that will vote tonight to follow the process, to trust the process. It's not a signed contract. It made clear that a lot of things still need to be done. This is probably the best conversation with diverse points of view I've heard in all the years I've been here on any issue. So thank you to everyone who commented. My personal vote is towards the Lisa Berkeley, David Burnett option. And my reason for that is that it seems to be the most conclusive, decisive option. Thank you, and good night, everyone.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Greg Fury. Good evening, Greg.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, I think this whole thing has been a very painful, difficult one. Unfortunately, I think the die was cast when the city, as Ms. Morton pointed out, when the city took over the property with the deed restrictions that were in place. You can try to relitigate those, but I think that the Park Service has been as clear as day. Mr. Siegenthaler can speak a few times. I've talked to him. I mean, I have friends that have horses there, and I think what the MEA has done is wonderful. Unfortunately, I think that their existence on that property was painted into a corner long ago, and they've been fortunate to be able to stay on that property for as long as they have. A couple of things. I find it really upsetting that people call up and vilify an organization the way it has been done tonight. I think somebody mentioned borderline defamation of character. I will say that I visited some months ago, just because I happened to be in the area. I grew up in the Bay Area, Mid Bay Area, Menlo Park. I went to high school in Portola Valley. So I drove by the old, I think it's Folger Estate, where Chaparral has its operation. I also have a very close high school friend who was on the city council in Woodside and was quite familiar with Chaparral. And his opinion of them is quite a bit different than what I've heard people reporting on. I worked in public safety for over 30 years. OSHA investigations are part of the landscape for anybody that owns a company and has serious injuries. I mean, anytime somebody gets injured in the course of employment, OSHA can show up, will show up. It's part of their, I don't want to say fiduciary, but it's part of their reason for existing, is to investigate safety violations, to find out if there's anything that can be done to mitigate or could have been done to mitigate. When firefighters have been injured or killed in a fire, there's automatically an OSHA investigation. Anyway, I think that if a concession there is voted for, the thing I would hope for, if that happens, is that it will become a destination and for tourists to come into Marina. You know, I was talking with a friend and saying, imagine if the Monterey Bay Aquarium had been occupied by a club that had volunteers and members, and what the difference in revenue generation for the city of Monterey would be. I mean, my hope is that if it does go in that direction, that it generates a tremendous amount of business, that people eat in our restaurants, that people stay in the hotels, and that it becomes a gateway onto the monument, which is an incredible resource for people from everywhere. So whatever direction it goes, I just hope that this kind of pin the tail on the donkey. I mean, a decision was made. Whether the council supports that or not, that'll be determined, I suppose, tonight. I think what Ms. Morton said is we got this property without any of the obligations that had to be paid to FORA for any other properties. And it is a gift. It's an incredible gift. I hope the council makes a decision in the best interest of the community as a whole, revenue as a whole, and good luck in your decision making. Thank you for your time and for your all of your voluntary efforts.
Okay, let's go to Tommy Bolea. Good evening, Tommy.
Or good morning here in a few minutes, but wow. I mean, it's kind of sad that Labor Day just finished, and it would be nice if it was all run by, I mean, I'm throwing come back to you. That's why you have the lawyer. I mean, you have to go through all this, but it's just sad that we farm everything out. It's just the same thing with the swimming pool, the rec center, everything. Everything's going to be farmed out, third party. I mean, it's just, again, Marina's a virtual city. You farm everything out, let somebody else run it. And so when they go through a bad time, they're the ones to take the hit, not the city. Okay, I see. I can understand it now. Let's do the same thing for the police and fire. No, it wouldn't work too good now, would it? I mean, Monterey has plenty of jobs. I think the thing out there, the youth, the recreation center there, the athletic center, that's all run by city employees. I mean, I don't understand why it couldn't be done here. I mean, keep everything local, but I understand we're in this 21st century and everything gets farmed out and there's cost savings, but that facility, I rode my bike. I used to ride my bike through there because there was a road there. Now it's gone. There was a sign there that said horse riding. I called the number up. And oh no, we don't do that. I'm like, then take the sign down. I mean, my God, I mean, you're going to need more than a couple of bathrooms. I mean, that place is the buildings, no fire system, cameras, there's no roadways, nothing's paved. Parking, I don't see no parking in there. And then you got that cement factory in there, the trucks rumbling down the road. I mean, I don't know. You're going to have to put a lot of money into it. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that you buy it because you have this deal. I guess you have this opportunity to take it forward and make it work. But you're going to have to put a lot of money into it. There's safety things. I mean, I couldn't even ride my mountain bike in there when it was kind of open. You can ride in there and look, and it needs a lot of work. I mean, if you're willing to put the money in, but then have these lease agreements, I don't know how long they're going to be for. I mean, and then when they're due, do you evaluate them? Do you do a police report card on this? Who's ever running it? And they're not running it right. You kick them out and start the whole thing over again. But I guess if you're going to put 200,000 for a bathroom and you have 800,000 sitting there for other things, yeah, I can see a fire alarm system, sprinkler system, roofs, safety things. Oh, I can just go on and on. Landscaping, more grading. Uh, it, it, yeah, if you want to put the money in, it could be something. It's just, and it could be a community service to the people of Marine. It's just too bad it couldn't be run locally, but I understand everything's cost cutting. Let's go, let's go hire all these contractors that are building these homes. Let's hire them from Fresno. Yeah, but in the long run, they're not living here and they're not spending their money here. So that's how a community grows, by hiring from within. But if you're going to go third party, it's just so sad that we're in this. And Labor Day just finished, and it's just so sad. But I understand you're in a cost saving mode and liability is an issue. But anyways, I think it's going to turn around and hurt us in the long run. You guys have a good morning.
Thank you, Tony. All right, let's go to Laura Hoover. Good evening, Laura.
Hi, good evening. I'd like to express my support for Mayor Delgado's resolution. And it seems to me that the city still has options. You don't need to be in a rush to make this decision, and you certainly don't need to be bullied into making a decision. I hope the city council will take the time that you need to make the right decision in this case. Thank you.
Anyone else wishes to speak, please raise your hand if you haven't spoken but wish to. We'll give everyone a couple moments before we close public comment. All right, let's go to Amy. Good evening, Amy.
Hello?
Yes, hello, Amy.
Sorry about that. My phone was fighting with me. So I'm a boarder at Marina, and I got my pony down by the road where a lot of these new residents are coming through. And I spend a lot of time just hanging out at the facility and weeding. And, you know, we get so many people coming through that just want to see the horses, you know, and just touch a soft little horsey nose. And they're always just shocked at how soft the horse's nose are, and that the horses will just come up and talk to them and say hi, which, you know, people who've never been around horses before, we're getting all these new people from these new houses that are just walking by and going, oh my God, these animals are beautiful. What are they doing here? Can I come in? You know, they're hanging on the fence, all these kids and adults and their dogs, and they're all really excited. And I heard the chaparral just puts up a fence around their horses, and nobody's allowed to get near the horses unless you're a paying customer. And so I just hope that the non-paying public doesn't lose access to horses at this park. I hope you can still go in and introduce a kid to a horse without having to pay a fee, because their little faces just light up. And it's not just the kids, it's the adults. There's, you know, I have people come in, oh my God, my grandparents had horses. I had a horse growing up. Oh, can I come in and, you know, just pet the horses? So we have a lot of new community members coming in that are just enthralled with the horses. And I heard Chaparral doesn't let people in unless they're paying for trail rides or lessons. So I just hope that maybe you'd write that into the contract too, that this is still a public park with horses, and people still need to have access to the horses, even if they're not paying for a lesson or a trail ride. You can still come in and pet a horsey nose because they're really soft. And everybody's really enthralled with them. Whenever they get that close to an animal that's that big and that gentle and just interested in saying, hi, who are you? What you up to? It's really neat to see people and kids getting to approach horses for the first time. So I hope it remains public, even, you know, no matter who's running it, and that it doesn't get closed off to only the paying public. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. We'll close public comment in a couple moments. Give everyone a chance to raise their hand if you'd like to speak. Okay, we'll close public comment. Bring it back to council. Let's make a very brief comment that I think where we're going, we're about to tear down a volunteer park and hand it over to a for-profit pair of individuals from the Bay Area who are likely to fail. And it's on us to vote for this tonight, but I think we're making a colossal mistake, and I've seen a few over the years, not too many of this nature, but another one was red tagging the Water City with being told that in 3 to 6 months we were going to reopen it. And that was a way to, and the result of that was to kick out another very vibrant volunteer community for similar purposes with similar circumstances. So I think it's a mistake, but I can tell where this is going, and I apologize to all the people that work there as volunteers. But I do appreciate everyone's input tonight. I think the majority of people, the strong majority who spoke, and the congressman, I think they've got it right. And once in a while, we make mistakes, and I think that tonight we're about to make one of those larger mistakes in our time as a city. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I think I'm getting worse as the evening goes by, but first, I have so many things to say, and I could just simply vote, and that would be the end of it. But I don't think that I or the public deserve that. I think we each need to say what we feel, and it's unfortunate it's 12:07. But one, I want to start to say that I didn't really understand anything about the MEC until 2 years ago. So I was not involved. But at that time, I heard lots of rumors of things about the unsafety of the MEC, the problems with managing, the lack of repairs on the site, the dangerous conditions, et cetera. So it is quite different than the way I've been hearing the experiences of current users. So that is how it started for me, that this was a long-standing problem that had no resolution for decades, and that this kind of thing had to change. And the way to change it was to enact an RFP and have everyone who is interested in assuming that management position could vie for that bid. And it didn't matter if you were for-profit or nonprofit or not-for-profit. And so when we have that process, and there was no objections to my knowledge about the actual process, we have that process, we faithfully execute our objective decision, and we come out with a winner. There were some things that we had concerns about. We had the staff vet the financials of this company, but we can't go back and say we don't like the outcome, and therefore we're going to criticize the winner. And many of the criticisms, I have to say, I'm just a little baffled when our city attorney says that they vetted the lawsuits, and people are still saying this company is fraught with lawsuits or things of employee violations, when our attorney, who has no motivation to steer us in the wrong direction, is saying that these things are not of concern and that they are not impactful into the decision that the staff have made in this vetting process, this fair vetting process. So I have concerns about that. And I know people are passionate about this, but I think that what is happening is that when people are now doubting our staff, our attorney, when people say that irrespective of the highest level of NPS official is telling us what will become of this property, we now say he's a bully or he doesn't really know because Panetta knows better. I'm really beside myself in saying, what is the truth? What is the truth that we will listen to if our staff is saying that they have heard from Panetta's office and they have not chosen to continue forward in supporting that initial stance, but that isn't enough. So I'm thinking nothing will satisfy people if everything that is said is not taken, is not taken as the best facts that we have. And I want to let you know also that I was given some public comment about many horrible things about Chaparral based on social media. And I checked them out, and they were mostly 17 out of, let's see, it was, it was 11 out of 14 comments were from 7 or 10 years ago. And the 3 were less than, and the 3 out of the 14 were less than a couple years old. But when I tried to research Yelp about Chaparral, out of 137 reviews, there was a a rating of 4 out of 5. So I have these terrible descriptions of Chaparral, and then I go and check it on Yelp, and it looks pretty good. So these are the kinds of dilemmas that we're placed in. And I have to say that when staff says something to me, I have never found that Lane lies. So if he tells me that this is the stance of Panetta at this point, I have never spoken to Panetta about this. So when he says that, I have to believe him. And then when our financial people vet this for the second time, this Chaparral, but people are still saying that there are shady deals with this, that they're financially unstable, that they don't deserve to be our vendor. I have real concerns with that. There is no reasonable facts that seem to be able to be said and accepted by people who support MEA. And I think that leaves me in a place of feeling that I want to be objective, but I also see that people are also not willing to accept what's been said as facts to them. So there will be no change in that attitude, because they will always question and they will always be refuting what they hear. And that is a true concern for me. So that this kind of dialogue could go on for another 10 years, because nothing that we produce will change that perception. And I'm sorry, I wanted to, in deference to all of the speakers who I respect, and I think that for the most part, they were respectful, in deference to them, to receive a little bit more data, I'm willing to extend this one more time, but without any further public input, that I would be the first one to say, if we do find anything that was fraudulently placed in the responses to the RFP, then maybe we need to reconsider things. But only if we found some things. There were so many criticisms of Chaparral, and I'm not suggesting that we follow all of them, but if there were things that rose to the level of possible fraud or financial problems of great import, or falsification of their application, then I think that those might be something we consider. But all these other issues that are almost like hearsay and rumors and said as though they're facts, even in spite of what our attorney says about employee violations, because her firm has lots of these. And we all have worked in corporations, know that it's really quite frequent. You get some disgruntled employees and you have a lawsuit. But I wouldn't say that we blow every one of these things up to a place where Chaparral is the worst company, that we could possibly imagine in Marina. I don't believe that. And I have to believe that the people who vetted these were not predisposed to Chaparral, and that the difference between the point systems for Chaparral and the other two were significantly different. The two, MEA and I forgot the other vendor's name, they were maybe very close to each other, but they were both of them were far from Chaparral. And I say that MEA had the ability fairly had the ability to put their best foot forward and put a great RFP together, response together, but they didn't, or they couldn't, or whatever. And so this is the result of that. I don't think we need to go back to square one now and pretend that this didn't happen. It did happen. And unless there's something really critical that would change that, I would not be in favor of that. Now, I would like to make a substitute motion, and it has to do with, one, the basic compliance issue is to terminate the agreement with MEA. That sets us in a compliant mode with the NPS. And then the other issue of the chaparral, we wait to make that decision on the next meeting or whenever it can be available, and the sooner the better, so that we get some of the basic questions that were asked by some of the public and the mayor and Councilwoman Christina Medina, to see what is valid about those comments. And then if we hear them and it doesn't change anything, then my vote will be to vote yes on the chaparral. But that is my position. That is the best thing that I can come up with at this point. And I could end it very quickly by saying that I accept both parts of the motion, but I am allowing for the possibility that we might have missed something. And for that, I would make this substitute motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Okay, much to say, but I'm sensitive to time. So I do have a question. Lane and Heidi, all of the things that were mentioned this evening about the financial discrepancy, and everything that we have received in all of the emails, am I correct that I heard, or did I hear you correctly this evening, that you have vetted them and you do not find any problems? Is that correct?
Yes, we had Kaiser Marston come in and look at their tax statements and some of the other financial statements and records. And with the caveat that Kaiser Marston said, as far as their budget and operating expenses, they're not experts in the horse businesses, but in reviewing their financial records and statements, they felt that they were financially sound and they had sufficient equity and capital to come in here and operate as a business. We've had our finance director look at the financials and be part of that, and look at it from a operating budget and expenditure point of view. And he was comfortable in that. We know that the budget was just a budget for an RFP, and so those numbers aren't exact. But after that analysis, we felt comfortable with council's direction to look at and vet the financials, that we were comfortable with their financials.
Okay. And if there were any fraud, it would be, so, well, let me rephrase this. I'm sorry. So we're now, if we go with the original motion that I have made, you will be putting together an operating agreement, and that will serve as a contract. And if there were any fraud, then it would be somehow discovered in that process. Is that correct?
Heidi, can you respond to that?
No, through the mayor. Right now, we have in the draft agreement certain grounds for breach, which would allow the city to terminate on a shorter notice, right? We can terminate for convenience with 1 year's notice. We can certainly add more grounds in this next iteration that we're coming back, because we have made notes on all the issues that have been raised in your motion. We can put more specific criteria in there. We have, you know, a breach of a material term of the agreement is grounds for termination. We have certain things listed, but we can add more if that's the council's desire.
Okay, so that's already then written in the contract. Okay, so then as for Mayor Pro Tem's amendment or substitute motion, I don't feel the need to have that. If you were suggesting it as a friendly amendment to the emotion, I do not accept it, because I trust our city staff and I trust the way that Heidi has just said the contract would be written.
It was a substitute motion.
Okay. So the breach of, so if we include in there, but there was no second on that. So was there a second? Because I'm not seconding.
There was no second.
Okay.
Can I second for the purpose of conversation or discussion? Or is that not possible since I already second Mayor Delgado's?
I think that's a question about process. So I guess that's for Heidi.
You can second as many motions as you like.
Great, then I'll second for the discussion.
So we now have then 3 motions. Am I tracking this correctly? Okay.
Yes, we have 1 main motion, 2 substitute motions.
Okay, I would though like to, on my motion, add that there be a breach of material term, and if there's any discovery of fraud included in the contract. Does the second still hold, David?
Second holds.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I would like to just quickly address some of the comments that were made. I kind of got thrown a little bit under the bus this evening, and is what it is. I have been a horse person for 30 years. And I've specifically have been to Chaparral's stables and equestrian centers in San Francisco and in Woodland. They were fine. You can absolutely go up and touch the horses. There are horses out that are in good condition, that are happy, that are resting, that are unstressed, that were well cared for. And so that was part of what makes me feel comfortable with them as an operator for our concessionaire. I agree with a lot of what Mayor Pro Tem commented on as far as when we got into council, we were told there is a huge history of not in compliance. And so it's really very important that we get this in order, because it is a huge benefit to our city. And just for sake of time, I don't feel like I want to go into any further questions, but I will say very honestly, I'm very happy to have any phone conversation or email exchange if you'd like to, because I'm happy to have that conversation. But I think that's all I'm going to say for right now. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen. You're muted, Christina.
There I am. So sorry, it's a little late. Councilmember Berkeley, did you say Woodland? Do they operate?
I'm sorry, Woodbury, Woodside. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, it's late.
That's okay. Did you go by invitation, or did you just pop
No,
in?
it just showed up to both of them, and Councilmember Burnett went with me. We just showed up to both places.
Okay, I see that. I think I was pretty passionate earlier, and I still stand pretty firm. I have reservations that we may be entering into something that I'm still not clear on financials. I've not seen anything. I was told it was proprietary, yet I have no I have to trust my staff, and I appreciate that, but I think a little bit of it behooves us to, as leaders of the city, to feel as confident as possible with the work that they do. I just haven't seen anything, quite frankly. I haven't. And that troubles me. I'd like to see that. And again, throughout this whole meeting, these meetings, I've been asking for some closed session discussion, because up until Friday, when I sent a message or wrote my letter to our city leadership, I don't know if they knew about some of these things. I'm just concerned that we may be putting ourselves in a position that we don't want to be in. I also agree with the mayor's position that we should really create our own destiny in terms of making decisions that benefit our community. This has been a long-standing issue, but I also would like to trust the National Park Service, but they don't know what's been going on, and they haven't given us the time of day. So I'm troubled by that. I appreciate Councilmember Biala's, or Mayor Pro Tem Biala's efforts at reconciling some things that we really should investigate. I would possibly like to make an amendment to that, in that the notice to vacate be issued after we determine some of those questions that she had. So I'll ask that as a friendly amendment to hers, to her motion, being that it takes a while to get horses housed. And so if we're moving ahead with dismantling community out there, we need to give them plenty of notice. But I also think that we need to be, as a council, on the same page and in the same direction. And I just don't see us there right now, because I have a lot of questions. I really do. My objections were very clear. I don't have a financial picture of this place. I have called today to the one of the matters in their proposal is that they offered free classes to San Francisco School District children. I called, and there were no discounts available to in any shape or form in San Francisco today. So I just sort of feel like I'd like to get to the bottom as a truth seeker and understanding what is true. You're absolutely right, Mayor Pro Tem Biala. I struggle with what is true, but I just know that my investigative skills and my love for my community puts me in a place that I have to question what we're about to do. So if you'll accept a friendly amendment to give some time, the notice to vacate contingent on full disclosure with financials and to us in a closed session meeting, as well as getting to the bottom of some legal situations that they might have, I might be willing to support your motion. I want to say thank you to staff. I didn't mean to come across as disrespectful in any manner, but I think having a sense of what is true, what is correct, is always difficult. And I think I just haven't seen enough information presented to me to feel confident to vote to oust the MEC in favor of a concessionaire I know very little about, and does have some the proposal they gave us wanted an RV park and an Indian Western town, clearly insensitive to our community. So I will say that that's my piece. And I appreciate the 46 people who hung with us this evening and everybody who spoke. Thank you very much.
Okay.
May I respond? May I respond to the amendment to the substitute motion?
Sure.
The reason why I split out the motion like this is because it seems like the non-compliance is with the current contract with the MEA. So if we get that going tonight, at least we will have done something. The issues that you're concerned about are focused on the first part of the motion, which has to do with chaparral. So waiting on this, I don't think is going to serve any purpose. But if we vote for the compliance issue tonight, then at least that is indicating that we we have intentions to comply with the NPS. Because I do take that letter seriously. And I know that people who have spoken both in the public and on the dais do not take that in that way. I don't feel bullied. I think it's an administrative decision at a high level of the national park system. And we need to accept that as their intentions. I don't doubt for 1 minute. And that can be debatable. And we can see if we choose to go down that route, then we will see. They will do something. And I believe they will do one of these 4 options. We can test it out and just say, okay, we're not going to accept this chaparral, and we're not going to change our current practice. And then we will see where the chips fall. But I would rather not if we can avoid it. So I'm sorry that I really would like to see the compliance piece voted today. And then we can have the time, then whatever session we reschedule this to get the information that the staff can present before we make the decision on the chaparral. And my recommendation is 90 days to provide notice.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
I'd like to call for the question. It's getting late.
Okay, Anita, can you please give us a roll call? Well, there needs to be a second.
Christina, second.
All right, Anita, can you please give us a roll call for calling the question?
Can you repeat the motions is what I'm.
It's not a motion, it's a call for the question. So can you please give us a roll call, whoever can do that? I don't know if Anita is still with us, but Anita, we need a roll call for calling the question.
Here, Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
This is a vote to call for what?
Call for the question.
Wait, hold on. Heidi has a comment.
Through the mayor, my understanding is that the motion to call the question is not debatable.
Thank you.
The motion to call the question requires a vote. If the vote is affirmative, then we vote on the motion. Can you please call the, can you please continue the roll call vote, please, Anita?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett.
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
No, that motion passes 4-1 with the mayor dissenting. Let's move to the first substitute motion, which is made by Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala. Can you please give us a roll call vote, please, Anita?
That would be the second substitute motion, but Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Can you please state the motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, could you please restate your motion?
Direct staff to provide notice to vacate to the Marina Equestrian Association within 90 days.
That's it?
That's it.
No.
Councilmember Burnett.
No.
Councilmember Berkeley.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Oh, thank you. That motion fails with Councilmember Biala in support. Let's go to the second substitute motion, which is made by Councilmember Berkeley.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Can you please restate the motion?
Councilmember Berkeley, can you please restate your motion?
Yep, hold on. Okay. It is to accept the agreement and then to direct staff to do the following: to visit and do appropriate inventory of all items after the MEA has vacated, to increase the base rent once the improvements are completed by year 2, and that rent should be kept in line with some type of an index and should never fall below fair rental value after the first 6 months. It should include historic preservation of the buildings to highlight their historic importance. As part of the current item number 11D on page 13 that describes the responsibility of the city for improvements, that it should also describe the improvements to made by the concessionaire in detail and with a timeline. That we should include mention of required prevailing wage as a requirement for all work done on the property. That we should include the parking lots be usable by all park visitors, that volunteers be included as encouraged to participate in the process, that we give notice of intent to vacate or plan to vacate by the 10th of September to the MEA, and that they have 90 days to vacate. That on January 1st, 2023, Chaparral will take over the concessionaire. Did I forget anything? We had some conversation. Is Brian still here? Brian, did I forget anything?
you
Or-
mentioned something about adding breach to the agreement.
Thank you. And also that, that in the contract, we include a breach of a material term and add something regarding any discovery of fraud in the contract. I think that is it.
We have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
No.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you, everyone. That motion passes 3-2 with Councilmember Medina Dirksen and myself opposing. Thank you, everyone. It's late. Thank you, everyone, for participating tonight. We'll adjourn tonight's meeting.